Why are you struggling with this one, guys and gals?
Mechanics lien.
Oh, just because everybody's in a coma. Got it. We'll take a break in a second. Of the following liens, which takes priority over the others?
Real estate tax.
Boy, I mean, they're just gonna nail you whichever way, right? Absolutely. Which of the following is considered voluntary?
Mortgage.
Mortgage, you got that. All right, you guys. It's a little bit early for a break. Any questions right now? I'll tell you what.
I have just one general question.
Yeah,
Why? That's all. Thank you.
Why are we doing this? Okay,
why?
go back to one thing. Why are you want to change your life? You want to change your life and make it so good that you giggle every day when you get up in the morning. I tell you what, let's go through the contracts review and then we'll take a break, okay? Y'all good on that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Alrighty, definition of contract. Remember, it's a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties, member of sound mind, over the age of 18, supported by legal consideration, it can't be for a drug deal, to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. In short, a contract is an enforceable promise. Excuse me. Legal classifications, remember, express is in writing or oral, but it's very obvious where is implied is your actions, okay? Unilateral versus bilateral. Bilateral is I will give you $500,000 and you will give me your house, the deed and the keys. And unilateral is just one person. The example I used is if you quit smoking, I'll give you 10 grand, but you don't have to quit smoking. I do have to give you the 10 grand if you do it though. And executed versus executory. Executory is a valid contract, but not all the promises have been fulfilled because the roof hasn't been repaired yet. Executed is finished and finished. Yeah.
The smoking is an example of bilateral or unilateral?
Unilateral.
Thank you. Okay, great.
I have to pay the 10 grand. You do not have to quit smoking.
Yeah.
But in bilateral with the house, I have to give you the money and you in turn have to give me the keys.
Yeah.
Legal status, it's void. It never, in the eyes of the law, it never was a contract. Okay. And valid that's pretty self-explanatory. It's a good one, huh? It has all of the elements and it's a valid contract. Voidable, it may look voidable on the surface, but it can be canceled at the discretion of what they consider the injured person. And in this case, I say somebody under the age of 18, they could still go through with it, but they also could, within a reasonable amount of time, and to me, that's about a day or two, say, oops, my mother got mad or something like that. And unenforceable may or may not look valid to begin with, but it couldn't be enforceable in court. And that would be an oral contract for the sale of real estate. Very difficult to enforce anything in court that was oral, unless there was a whole lot of witnesses. Essential elements, legally competent parties, mutual consent. I want to do this, and so do I. Well, that's really neat. A legal purpose, consideration is something of value that the buyer gives up that the seller is rewarded by. I call it money, but whatever. An offer, I'm going to offer you this, and you in turn accept it. So everybody signed the deal. Legally competent parties. There are some old slides here because there's some old people. Does anybody who know that little boy in the upper right-hand corner is? Wow.
Is it Leave It to Beaver?
Oh my God, yes. You know what shocks me is how many people alive today don't know who that is. But then if you want to get technical, the people who were not alive when 9/11 happened are 21 years old now. I mean, And to me, that's even crazier than anything. So that's how fast this whole thing is going. Must be mentally competent, not too many martinis there before you sign the contract. Some counties, and I find that very interesting. I was in Blaine for 16 years, which is Sun Valley. Did you know it was a party town? Yeah, totally. A wealthy party town is what we called it. And an awful lot of buyers and sellers brought a bottle of Dom Perignon to closing. And if it was open, the escrow agent said, sorry, we're not closing today. Come back tomorrow without any alcohol. Yikes. So obviously, be mentally competent. Mutual consent. Each party must agree to the terms without undue influence. Remember, that means not under duress. And I don't mean duress, I'm financially in a pickle and I have to sell my house, which is very stressful. I meant somebody's holding a gun to your head. Okay. Legal purpose, even if all the other elements are present, if the purpose of the contract is illegal, it's not valid. Something of value. Consideration is something of value offered by one party and accepted by another as an inducement to perform or refrain from some act. It's kind of an interesting definition because it is an inducement. I could not be induced to sell my house right now for $100,000, could I? Come on, sweeten the pot, baby. Sweeten the pot, sweeten the pot. Of course, it's an inducement. Offer and acceptance. There must be an offer by one person that is accepted by another. The person making the offer is the offeror. The person who accepts the offer is the offeree. Remember, in a counter offer number one, seller's counter offer, the seller becomes the offeror and the buyer becomes the offeree. It's the person offering is the OR. Terminating, how do you do it? Full performance. All the promises are fulfilled. I gave you the money and I moved in. An agreement between the party, I've changed my mind. Oh, thank God, me too. This is great. Breach of contract, remember, breaching a valid contract is getting out of it without a legal reason to do something. And there, of course, there are consequences. Partial performance versus substantial. I think that's according to a reasonable person. And if it's not according to a reasonable person, it definitely would be according to what a judge said. And I say that not sweeping the garage is almost full performance. Even if it said sweep the garage out in the contract and you did 3 days ago and it's dusty again. Partial performance would be not finishing the house and putting in things like toilets and light switches. Okay, I wouldn't close on it. Assignment and novation. I thought about this actually when I woke up at 3 in the morning. So you're not the only one that has these nightmares. And I am maintaining exactly what the book says. And I'll tell you why, because there are certain things in this syllabus that I think are vague. And I think that the book is very, very clear. Assigning is different people. Novating is a new contract. And that's exactly what we found in the book yesterday. Is everybody okay with that?
As long as the test question's okay with that.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sticking to that answer. Listing contracts used in real estate, exclusive right to sell is the one you want, so that several months down the road, somebody doesn't knock on somebody's door and then the seller says, I found the buyer myself, I want to cut you out. You get paid regardless. Exclusive agency, you get paid unless the seller finds their own buyer. Remember, open is a for sale by owner. Come one, come all. I promise to give you a buyer's fee, but I want the listing side of the fee. For sale by owners to me is just a study in the human brain. Almost exclusively, it's happened to me 3 times in over 30 years, and 2 of those times were the same person. So I have only had 2 clients that actually walked away with more money in all of these years. Why? The buyer saves the money. If you want to buy a for sale by owner, they're a good deal. A very good deal. And I'll tell you why. They decide that their house is worth $500,000. To list it would cost them what? That would be 35. It would have to be listed at $530, right? To come out with the same amount of money. A $30,000 commission at $530 and no commission at $500 is the same net to them, right? But the truth of the matter is realtors have been found, especially in the last 5 years, to get between, well, it used to be between 4 and 7% more. Why? Because we have the qualified buyers with us, not to mention the safety factor of letting complete and total strangers in your house. I cannot even imagine. But we have the bigger buyer pool, and most qualified buyers are working with an agent that they've hired to find them a house. In the last 5 years, because the for sale by owners couldn't create a bidding war. And NAR estimated, I think NAR is a little high, but they estimated 9 to 13% more. In a lot of cases, when it was going 50, 60, 70,000 over asking price, the sellers walked away with another 40 or 50 grand after paying a commission. Just an interesting little anecdote. For those of you who would like to try to get some listings by converting a for sale by owner into signing a contract with you. Yes.
This is just, I don't know if you ever had this happen, but have you ever had a counter offer where the seller increased the price?
Oh, yeah.
Is that common, or just because the market was so strong, like in the last few
Actually, it was
years?
very common. A couple of years ago, we listed something at 500, and oh, you know what? This is going over and above the beginning class
Yeah,
about
I'm just
escalation
asking.
clauses. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's keep going. A net listing is, remember, it's the old lady's listing. Oh, honey, you get anything over 250,000. Don't do it. Other real estate contracts, buyer representation agreement, definition being somebody hires you to perform what? To use your due diligence and find them a house to buy, okay? An option to buy real estate would be a buyer's option, like they move in, a lease option, something like that, a rental option, where they move in and they pay a certain amount per month for rent, with the option to close on the purchase in a set amount of time. If you ever do that, and they're going to come back now because it's harder to sell a house than it was 6 months ago, please talk to your broker. I wouldn't ever do it without substantial option money, which is credited towards your down payment at closing. Otherwise, if you fail the buy, and it is the buyer's option, the seller's locked into the contract. The buyer can either close or not, but the buyer should have some substantial money to lose if they don't. Otherwise, why not just rent the house? A lease, we all know what a lease is. Purchase and sale agreement, that's the grand poobah of the food chain. That is such an adrenaline rush when you are filling one out with a buyer. An addendum and an amendment. An addendum is a provision that adds something to an existing contract, like split the cost of fixing the leaky roof. Amendment is a change or modification, and actually so is an addendum to the existing contract, like changing the closing date. In reality, I think we're all using just an addendum form now. The sales contract says that the buyer will purchase the property only if there is no asbestos in the property. What is this? It's not C.
Condition.
It's a contingency.
It's a
D,
contingency. Absolutely, it's a contingency. What's the difference there? Condition would be, I know it's asbestos before I write an offer, and would you please encapsulate or remove? It's in the contract. You will do this before we close. Whereas a contingency, if I find asbestos, I can proceed and say, great, will you encapsulate or replace it, or back out of the contract? So that's a contingency. A condition is a fact from the get-go more. Does that make sense, kind of?
Mm-hmm.
I still use the fact that I could never be the center for the LA Lakers. It's a condition. It's just not anything I can fix. It's just the fact. Anyway, an option to purchase binds which of the following? I just told you this, you guys. But give everybody 1 second to read that and go back and read the question again. Okay, an option to purchase binds which of the following parties?
seller,
The seller, very, very good. Who was that, Amanda?
Lisa,
Okay, well, very good. Both of you are both checking. Okay, if you don't get that, I want you to really read it again. It's a perfect example of not reading it. An option to purchase, it's the buyer's option, right? They can either buy the house or not in the 6-month period or whatever it is. Who's bound there? The seller. Yeah, absolutely. Avoidable contract could be described as what? If everybody said, okay, so it's voidable. Was it originally a contract?
Yes.
I'm gonna say, yeah. Who haven't we heard from for a while? Who's really quiet and wants to get picked on today? Okay, everyone that wants to get picked on, wave. Dang it, I didn't have any. Somebody waved. Who's in the room with you? That was funny. Is that Lily?
Yes, ma'am. Is it
Who
A?
was that?
My
Who
boyfriend.
was? Oh my God, get over here and answer the question. That was funny, you guys. By the way, yes, it's A. Of course, it's valid unless it's voidable. Unless it's void. Sorry. I was actually going to say, you guys, I have to commend you all on following the Zoom rules. And that is being in a place that is quiet and no distractions and all that kind of stuff. I haven't met any of your kids, and I'm kind of curious about, I mean, I like looking at them too. I've met Silas, is that his name? And a couple of the dogs. But anyway, thank you very much for really following the rules and focusing on this. You can see if you're not focused on it, you're just hurting yourself, really. So it's valid unless voided, of course. A remedy that puts the parties back to the position they were in prior to the contract is what?
C.
Decision.
Rescission. The contract is void if it involves, so that's too easy, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not,
That's
because there's actually there's one answer that's better than the others. It's an illegal purpose. That's just totally
Mhm.
obvious. Having a
Yeah.
gun to your head would be obvious to me, but everybody has a different idea of what duress is. It's just,
But
Anyway.
any of those could void a contract, but if,
Mhm.
Right.
but
Right.
if A is obviously present in the contract, it's void.
yes, yes. God, who said that? One of the Drews? God, that was
Napa
Yeah.
Drew.
Napa Drew. That was really, really good. It's obvious from the get-go. It never was a contract in the eyes of the law. An Idaho real estate company has entered into agency agreements with 2 consumers, a buyer and a seller. The buyer is interested in making an offer on the seller's property. How can this occur? Give everybody a sec.
D.
Yeah, D.
And do you see how if you don't read the question and then go and read all of the answers and go back and read the question, too many people just go B. And they never read D, which is a much better answer. Do you see what I'm saying here? Read it. Okay, have I harped on that enough? Yeah. A buyer prospect is interested in seeing a house listed with the real estate company, but does not wish to enter into a buyer rep agreement. The salesperson from the real estate company can show the buyer an in-house listing if the
C, right?
let's see. That's pretty easy. A buyer representation in Idaho. You can throw C and D out completely. And then B, I can see everybody kind of going, Truth of the matter, it could be on a cocktail napkin. but it has to be in writing to be enforceable. A, time is of the essence. Let everybody read.
B.
E.
B is in boy. Nice job, guys and gals. I tell you what, let's see you back at 10 till the hour. All righty.
10 till
Got it.
15-minute break? Okay.
Is that 15? My watches and my clock are off. Yeah, let's do
Nice.
that. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Drew? John Drew? You ought to
Yeah.
consider getting your broker's license and helping teach the class.
How come?
You just know everything, it seems like. And Amanda does really good, and so does Lisa. But
Thanks. I mean, I just try to rephrase and, to make sure I understand. That's really, and if that helps everybody else, that's awesome.
yeah, I'm struggling, but I'm working on my own studying, so it's helping
Suzette,
me.
I was
Yeah.
thinking if I had your phone number yesterday, I would have called you and gone over the stuff that wasn't gone over after the meeting, because I'm having problems with it too. So if you want to swap phone numbers, we can do that.
I think I sent it in my text, but it's 208
Okay,
431
okay.
5573.
Thanks. You want to take mine?
Yeah, let me grab my pencil. Okay,
Is this a cell phone you gave me?
yeah, so you can
I can
text
just-
it or whatever.
Yeah, I'll text it. Okay, I'll text it.
Okay.
And Suzette, you have good questions. You help bring up, different things that we might not all be thinking about.
Well, I've kind of dealt with it because my mom and dad have passed away, and I'm a very questioning person because I used to teach. So I would always encourage my students to ask questions. That was my whole purpose of teaching, to get them thinking and asking and learning. So that I hope I'm not annoying to everybody. So
No,
Lisa,
not
what's
at
your
all.
number?
I think she's texting it to you.
Oh, you're texting it to me?
I can
Okay.
give it to you now if you're ready, and if anybody else needs it.
Yeah,
It's area code 707 291 2720.
and actually I found an app that goes with the book. If you look under Dearborn Real Estate, it's an app. And it tells you it does your progress. It asks you questions. It's actually been very helpful to me. So I don't know if I should say that, but yeah, it's been very helpful for me.
That's great
to
information, actually.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah, Dearborn
um,
Real Estate.
Another
Mhm.
thing
Yeah.
is their flashcard set. I know it's $50.
Yeah, it is
I think they're
$50.
wonderful. I
Yeah,
really
and the
do.
flashcards are good, and then they actually give you test question, like scenario and a test questions, and I've been doing that. Some of it, you can see my weak points and my high points. So on my first set, I was a 71, and then I just kind of, on the land description, I was a 56 or 59. That's why I'm struggling. So, but everything else has been up high. So
Wait a minute,
but
on
I'm
the
not
map
completely
section, is that what you said?
no, the land description.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say.
And
we
I've
haven't
already
even done
told
that.
you that. So yeah, but
Yes, yes.
so I'm redoing it.
On a
Suzette,
scale of
is
1
that-
to. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I'm just wondering how many would like to, if I can squeeze it in today, do a PowerPoint review of legal descriptions. No one.
I would, of course, but
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if
Sure.
that's enough. Well, I'm not trying to, it's not under duress or coercion, but if you guys want to see, it, I'd be happy to do that when we have time.
Suzette,
do you
is it
have-
the Dearborn Real Estate Prep app? Is that what it is?
yes,
Okay.
it's a little green app.
Yep,
Um,
got it.
Also, there is a way to do a practice test, you guys. And this is for the national and state. I'm going to spoon feed you to the moon and back by tomorrow afternoon, but you still have to go out and take I think, a fairly difficult test. I cannot think of the link, but I know who sends it. And because, gosh, you know what? I was kind of thinking some of the bigger firms, I can drag them onto a Zoom meeting, even on a Saturday, never on Sunday, but, where am I gonna write this down so I remember? Got it. I would like to have a couple of brokers or recruiters come and talk to you for half an hour each during mod 2 when we're actually practicing working with buyers and sellers. And you're a little bit more formulated as the questions you want to ask the broker. It's hard to drag them into a physical school, but I bet I could get one on each of the Saturdays.
That's, oh, I was just gonna say that my daughter took it in Boise and she said they had speakers like that. And she also said on the land description, a lot of it is just formulas. If you can get the formulas down, then you're doing good. He gave her they gave the formulas to how to figure out.
I don't know any formulas. Like, what do you mean?
Well, like if you go onto the Dearborn app and if you
Uh-huh.
get it wrong or right, you can look, scroll down and it'll tell you how to do the formula to get the correct answer to the
The only
question.
formula I can think of is divide by 4. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and some of them, it was divide by 4 and divide or times by 4 and times, I'd have to go back and look, but yeah, the
So you're
4 is a
talking about
big-
the rectangular survey system getting the right acreage.
maybe, yeah, that was what it was.
I don't think there
I'd have
is
to
one
go
on
back.
subdivision plats and meets and bounds. I can't really think of a mathematical
Yes, but they
formula.
also had furlongs and chains. And I was like,
You know what?
I-
Please don't go there, Suzette. If it's not in the manual, don't go there.
no, I was like,
you know,
I'm just gonna
no.
guesstimate this one and move on, so.
Please don't. It is still in our curriculum for rods and chains, and I have no idea how long it is myself. It's something we just don't use in the United States. I have
No,
never had a student call me and say it's on the test, ever.
well,
So
only
I
thing I
say,
can
if you
think-
really want to, you want to pass the test,
yeah,
study everything and go like that.
yeah, I
If you
will.
don't, once you have 100% of everything I say like this, then go on and study other stuff if
Yeah.
you want to.
Yeah, the only
but, I
furlong
mean,
I know
really.
is at a racetrack, so.
That's
Yeah,
right. an eighth of a-
exactly.
eighth of a mile.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I know that Silver Creek gives you a link
Oh, Silver
through
Creek.
there. So let me see. I would love. I'm trying to think who does that. I can see her face. Sorry. And then I would love to have Colby Lampman come talk to you. That's where I just moved. He's my broker. And I didn't move over there because of what he does for his realtors, because I'm not really doing that anymore. It was more to do with the school that he opened and, you know, yada, yada. But he is, what he does for his realtors. I said this to him once and I said, you're sinking an awful lot of your own money into this company. And I usually say, whoa, on stuff like that. But in this case, I know where you're going to be in 10 years. What he does for his realtors, I have never seen before in all these years. I mean, he has storage units full of staging furniture that you can use. You don't have to buy your own. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes, he also makes it fun because this can be a very lonely job. You're really by yourself. All of his agents are like family to each other. He makes the job really fun. If, you know, anyway, I love to hear him speak anyway. He's just a
But
real
thank you, Barb,
guy.
for all
And
you've
this-
done.
I
What
missed,
did I do?
Well, just you're cramming all this into all of us and
Oh,
we're learning. but
you
I
know
just want to tell
what?
you, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And you are welcome. That is really sweet. I didn't sugarcoat this, did I? I said this is a tremendous
No.
amount of stuff to learn. I don't think it's that easy. It's Greek
Teaching's not
101
an easy
in 5
job.
days. Well, I do the best I can, but this is just a lot of material.
Well, but you also
my-
make it fun. It's not
Well-
like mundane or boring at all.
Okay, sorry, but this is not an e-ticket at Disneyland. I mean, it is kind of mundane stuff. Riparian versus littoral rights, yawn.
But you
and fall
present
off
it
my
so
seat.
great. Like I have not been bored one bit.
Wow, that is, I don't get bored easy in this. I think it's actually really fun, but I keep thinking, oh, it must be my weirdo-ness. I don't know, whatever. All right, you
Question,
guys, guess what
question.
we're gonna do? Yes,
Question. Who were you
Yes.
talking about a minute ago that they were all family and he had stored sheds and stuff? Who were you talking about?
Homes of Idaho, Colby is the broker. He's just, I don't know.
You said home
just,
divider?
Homes of Idaho.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Homes of Idaho. Sorry if I said that too fast.
Thank
And I am not an advocate. I cannot advocate one brokerage versus another. I really don't care if it's franchise or private or big or small. I just want you guys to know what to look for. And I don't think that one size fits all. It's like anything else you do in life. Does it feel right to you? Is it possible you're going to make a mistake? Absolutely. Biggest mistake I see new agents do is go to the office. It says, I will train you and hold your hand every step of the way. And it's a small brokerage, or it doesn't have a staff. It's not big enough to have a staff to do that. And I don't think it's possible for somebody to actually take that literally, or they don't really train you very well. And that's why when they say, we'll train you, exactly, can I see a schedule of classes? Or can you tell me how this is going to work? Do we meet in certain times of the week? Go keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and find out what the answers to these things are. Because vote for me and I promise I'll reduce taxes, a little generic for me. Do you know what I'm saying? That was kind of a weird example, but yeah, go ahead, Suzette. One more cup of coffee here. Go ahead. Mute, unmute.
Oh, I would just vote for you if you're gonna do that.
I actually ran for legislature about 5 years ago. And since I was such a door knocker for life, I had a really fun time door knocking. And for somebody who decided at the 11th hour to throw a name in the ticket, I actually got a lot of votes. It was amazing. Door knocking for the legislature, I think, was more fun than door knocking for listings, but I've gotten to the point where I'm good at it. Anyway, I didn't win. And I had one friend call me and say, congratulations. And I said, no, you didn't see the results. I came in second or whatever, so-and-so won. He goes, that's why I'm congratulating you. You'd never make it. You'd kill someone, you'd be in prison. I thought, okay, that's really true. Careful what you wish for, huh?
Yeah.
Well, the next section, guys and gals, is appraisal. And other than legal descriptions and trying to find my house before I burn the stakes, trying to price a house correctly, this to me is just really, really fun. So what we're going to do here is we're going to learn, of course, the technicality and the verbiage that goes with it later. Mostly in Mod 2, we're going to actually be kind of doing one and presenting it to our clients, okay? When we're listing property. So I'm on page 123, is that right? Oh, I guess I better get the show on the road here, huh? Good? Okay. Remember, we're not appraisers. Therefore, we don't do appraisals. You want to get technical? That's for somebody who's an actual bona fide appraiser. So let's just do a little bit of vocabulary. I know you've heard this before, but I want to really drum it in. Stop measuring rods and chains and realize what the definition of an appraisal is, okay? It's an estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence and approved methods. Of course, it's opinion of value. That's why you get 3 different appraisers and you might get 3 different appraisals. Just like 3 different agents are going to come up with 3 different prices. With this said, since the big crash, we are separated now from appraisers. When you look at all of the factors of what happened, 14 years ago. Nothing can crash without a series of little tiny things to add fuel to the fire, right? Well, one of them, I guess it's the feds, decided that realtors and appraisers shouldn't be talking to each other. The only thing that we can really say is answer a phone and say, I'd like to do an appraisal next Thursday at 10. How do I get in? That's not really talking to somebody. Now, if there is something extenuating that they couldn't see themselves, or if they call you and say, I'm having a hard time coming up with your price, could you explain it to me? Then you can talk about it. You can talk about, did you use this as a comp if they call you, et cetera, et cetera. But that you can't say anything that could be construed as a bribe. Looking back, you know, I was in Blaine County, there was 4 appraisers in town. We didn't just know each other, our kids were in sports together, for God's sakes, you know? And so I guess I am guilty of taking phone calls from appraisers that say, what number do you need, Barb? And I would give them a number, and I knew what kind of wine they drank. Looking back, that was a small part of the crash. We had overinflated prices. Do we have that right now? Grossly, and then some. Same thing, there's some stop gaps in place now. Appraisers have much stricter laws that they have to abide by now. So an appraisal, I want you to underline that, highlight it, put it on your brain, and just say appraisal is an estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence and approved methods. The appraisal report itself provides a detailed market information. For those of you who have bought a house and still have it in your file cabinet, it's an interesting thing to take out and look at right now. There is also one in the Idaho book, a full appraisal report, so that you can go back and kind of review what I'm talking about. So an appraisal is the report. The appraiser is the human that did it. The appraiser independence requires, which have all gotten way tighter in the last 12, 14 years, are created by Fannie Mae government entities. Okay. There's a lot of reasons you can do an appraisal. And I know that a lot of times people will say, well, I already did an appraisal for ... Doing a refinance or cash out or all that stuff really doesn't have a whole lot. It does. They use comps and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be different than a sale. So why did you do it? And by the way, when did you do it? One of the reasons, and I know that for those of you who have talked to friends about what you're doing, I'm sure you've heard in the last 4 or 5 years, we've had a horrible issue with low appraisals. The bank won't loan on a $500,000 house that an appraiser thinks is worth $470. Unless the buyer comes up with additional money to put down and buys a house way over appraised value, which was going on like crazy the last few years, and that's all fine. But one of the issues that we had is an appraiser is working 3 months in arrears and a realtor is looking towards the future. So in a grossly competitive appreciating market, we tend to list a little bit higher because that's going to be what it's worth by the time the darn thing closes or gets an offer. A month can make a difference of a whole lot of money, whereas an appraiser doesn't have the legal right to do that. So the appraiser is also going to determine the appropriate sales price for the seller. And like I said, if a seller wants to do an appraisal prior, that is completely fine. I've had a couple, I went out and tried to do a market analysis, and I came back to my seller once and I said, every house we get a price for. Did you know that yours is very difficult to price? And he goes, I told you that last week, Barb, before you did all this work. Let me hire an appraiser. So he did, and it came out exactly where my CMA was, and then everybody was happy. That happens very seldom, because why should they fork over $400 when you're the listing agent and you should be able to figure out what appropriate listing price is? From the buyer's end, it ensures that buyer is paying a fair price. Maximum commission for the broker is completely absurd. I do not like it there. And I think it's in there solely because there are agents out there that take that into consideration. I think it's not really good business to say, if we can get you 520 for your house, I'll get more of a commission than if you take 505. So don't take that offer. That's a bunch of BS. I don't care if it's $300 one way or another. I don't even care about my commission. I want a happy client who will refer me and use them for the next real estate transaction. And I want to do
Barb?
right by them. Yes, Suzette.
Sorry to interrupt. Now, does the bank do its own appraisal or do they go off the appraisal you get?
Bank doesn't really want anything to do with you. This is a bank appraisal. That's
That would,
who's
so
over.
it goes to the bank.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, so
The
they
bank
have a
hires the
figure to work
appraiser.
off of. Okay,
Well, yeah. Value for taxation, we're lucky. I think most states are like this. Nampa Drew, do you own property in LA still?
I do not.
Did you in the past?
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Where in LA?
Mostly Glendale area,
Oh, okay.
Southern California.
Right, I know that is. My house is
Yeah.
in Coachella Valley, but yeah. So value for taxation, I don't know about other states. I've heard this, but I think that when you're looking at the taxed value in the state of Idaho, it's very, very low compared to what it really will sell for. To the point where before the frenzy of the last 2 years, when somebody called and said, Barbara, I'm thinking about selling my house. And I go, great. You know, I haven't seen it yet, or I have seen it, or I sold it to you, whatever the story is. How about next Thursday at 3? And what's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up the tax records. For one thing, I want to see everyone who's on title, but I also want to see what the county valued the property at. And it used to be that I'd start my CMA and add 20% to the taxable value. So if it said 400,000, I would do a CMA, assuming it's worth somewhere between 460 and 520, something like that. I would go about 20% over. This year in
You can do that-
2022,
You can do that in
it was
California.
what?
Yeah, you couldn't do that in California, I don't think. Just,
Because they tend to value at close to the sale price, don't they?
well, no, I mean, it depends on when the house was sold because of Prop 13. I mean, you could have $1 million house that's valued at 300,000 in the tax records.
I know. Well, if it was valued at 300, you'd be paying $800 a year in taxes, which 42 years later turned into some problems of its own. But you guys and gals, let me take this out for a second. Idaho has got to do something for people. We have Proposition 13 was over and above what it should have been, and the consequences are all coming out 40-some years later. Whereas the state of Washington, where I grew up, you had to sell your house when you became a widow or widower and you wanted to retire, because when the taxes hit $20,000 a year, you have to give up the house you built in 1960. That they're both wrong, in my opinion. I would like to say, I've told you that. Talk to your legislators, you guys. Anyway, when I am trying to figure out what to list a house for in 2022 and probably the last half of 2021, quite frankly, I was adding 30%. So $400,000 in the tax valuation. I'd start my CMA somewhere around 530, 540 and go up to 575. Ask around. That's something you can ask a seasoned agent or your broker. If it's assessed at 400, what do you think it's worth? Now, or you can just start your CMA yourself and come up with your own decision on that, because it's a little bit different town to town, city to city, and subdivision to subdivision too. But we're very lucky in the fact that it's undervalued for taxation. And if it's primary, we take another 125,000 off of that. We're very lucky in that. We have no stopgap for how quickly it can escalate, which is really a problem right now. Insurance purposes, of course, the insurance company wants to know what the bank thinks it's worth if it burns to the ground. And eminent domain, remember though, in eminent domain is the right of the government to take your land, quote, for the benefit of the public, and whereas condemnation is when the bulldozer comes and raises it and puts the freeway through. So eminent domain is a police power. And there was one other thing I wanted to say about that. Oh, the buyer is the government. And the buyer always wants to pay less than the seller wants. So that is kind of, I don't know if it's happened to anybody personally or not, It's just an interesting thing to study in your free time. Right, let's move on. Federal oversight of appraisers is financial institutions. You do not have to remember this, requires appraisals, but it does require appraisals to be performed by a licensed or certified appraiser. Where are we here? I'm on page 124. A federally related transaction in any real estate related financial transaction. That's not an all cash deal. Do you remember that? In which a federal financial institution or regulatory agency is engaged. Appraisals of residential property value 250 or less need not be performed by licensed or certified appraisers. It's almost irrelevant because there really aren't any. And I would imagine the bank has some say in that too. Fannie Mae does not require a new appraisal for a limited cash out refi. Again, that is subject to how much equity you have, really. Don't worry about too much of this. Non-residential property value above $250,000 do require it. What do you have to know there? It has to be in any federally regulated financial transaction of real property, which means it has a loan on it. Okay. Some people paying cash want to do an appraisal anyway. They haven't cared at all the last 5 years because any buyer who's bought a house has lost 5 prior to the fact that they gave up that pipe dream. Sometimes they do, and then it comes in low, and everybody, we'll talk about that later. All right. A CMA is what we do. We don't do appraisals. We do a comparative market analysis, which is nothing more than, is of any importance in there, except I got totally ahead. Let's go back to your manual. Sorry, guys, 125. Don't worry about narrative, oral, or form reports, but a broker's price opinion. Underline that, a written price opinion of the estimated price for identified real property, prepared or rendered by an actively licensed broker or associate broker for a purpose other than a prospective listing or sale. You can't do it because you don't have a broker's license, but if you decide to get one in a couple of years, ask your designated broker if it's okay or not and what it is. I haven't seen one since the market turned in. So I can tell you what it was. It's the end of October of 2011. Quit doing it. It was something the banks did with all the foreclosures. They'd call an agent and say, we'll give you $50 or $75 to go drive by a house and send us through the comps, take a picture of the front of the house and send it to us. Why were agents taking that kind of time, an hour and a half by the time you drive there, take the picture and get the comps and all that? Because they were starving to death. And some agents could get 10 a month, and that was $750 or whatever. And that was a nice little stipend when there was nothing selling. What do you have to know about a broker's price opinion is exactly what it says there. It's a price opinion of the estimated price for real property by an actively licensed broker or associate broker. Okay, that's about it. A BPO. Guidelines on a broker price opinion must be in writing and contain a statement of the intended purpose of the price opinion, a brief description of the subject property and property interest to be priced, basis of reasoning used to reach the conclusion, any assumptions or limiting conditions, any disclosure of existing interest of the brokers, the name, signature, and date of the broker, and a disclaimer that unless the broker is a licensed appraiser, the report is not intended to meet uniform standards. You know, I only did a couple. I know a couple agents that did it, and basically that most of them just accepted an email. The bank called me and asked me to do this because the house is going into foreclosure. I'm doing this on 123 Main Street, the front of the house. The picture is attached. How I came up with that, because there's been 3 sales within a couple miles in the last 3 or 4 months. Any assumptions or limiting conditions? Yes, I make this up as I go. It is considerably less than it would be if it was brought up to code, because it's not FHA or VA approved. There's too much wrong with the house, chipped paint, leaky plumbing, et cetera, or I don't know. somebody's going to court or whatever limiting conditions there might be. If any, a disclosure of any contemplated, I don't own any of it, and just my date didn't take more than 15 or 20 minutes. I just found them to be a bit of a pain in the butt. People that did them all day long probably made some pretty good money in those days. Okay, on page 126, there is something you need to know here. And that is a fee paid to associate brokers for this service must be paid through their designated broker. But just stick with the plan that anything you make, you can only get paid from your designated broker. On test questions, be sure you read the question because sometimes it's a long song and dance, you know how they do. And they're talking about the other agent's broker, not yours or something like that. Make sure you read the question because the true answer is you can only get paid on anything through your designated broker. All right. Now, we're going to go on to CMAs. They're based, a comparative market analysis would be based on recently sold properties, current properties that are on the market that haven't sold, which is not as good of information as a sold property, is it? Remember, market value is what I think it might sell for in an average transaction with average normal people or whatever, not under duress. And market price is what it actually closed for. What's actively current is nice to know because once I'm doing a market analysis, I come up with the price. And then I have to step out of the whole thing, take it out of the books, and turn myself into a buyer who is comparison shopping. And I go look at 3 active listings and say, which one would I buy? And if it's not the one I'm about to list, depending on what the seller told me they wanted, then we have a problem right there. Expired listings, there haven't been any for 4 or 5 years. They're coming very quickly because actually, I was talking to a friend of mine last week who is very active, and she told me her listing in Northwest Boise hasn't sold, and I about fell over because she keeps reducing and reducing and reducing, and it was listed in June. June, realtors knew there was a major crash coming. We got the memo through the wires or whatever, but the sellers were unwilling to accept it. They were still, well, my neighbor Bob got 750 and it just closed. It did just close. But I hate to tell you this, he listed it the 25th of April, got an offer on May 1st, and it just closed June 15th. 6 weeks ago was a completely different ballgame. And so the sellers were so unrealistic that a lot of those houses are now going through the price drop, and they're going to expire. So I think we're just, what is this, since June? It's only July or September. It's really only 3.5 months since, or 3 months since the memo really was out there. Realtors smelled it before that, but the public didn't get the memo, I think, until the 4th of July. Your house is not worth what it was 2 months ago, period. What do you want me to do about it? Okay, any real estate license. So expired listings are coming out. Great source of business. And I'll give you some scripts and objections in mod 2. Any real estate licensee may do a market analysis if they have a reasonable expectation to either list or sell the property. So yeah, we're talking about a CMA for your sellers. When somebody says, I want to list my house, could you do a market analysis for me? But what about the buyers? I don't do it for every house I show, obviously, any more than I could possibly read the CC&Rs or homeowners association stuff. But when they decide on one and they want to write an offer, I will absolutely do a CMA to figure out what they should be paying, unless it's an unrealistic market where, well, I tell you, January the 1st of 2022, you know how we priced a house. This is a little bit of a joke because it was the same way in 02 through 06, really. We did a CMA, added 100 grand and threw it on the wall and found a buyer. That's not normal. It's just not normal. Anyway, licensees may not charge for a CMA. It's it's no different than a contractor who does a bid on a job. You can't say, well, now you owe me $150 because I just spent 2 or 3 hours doing that. It's a bid. All right, so that's that. I'm missing something here. Okay. Can you guys see that okay? Yeah. My screen's a little bit funky today, but that's okay. What, who, when, and compensation. Any real estate licensee can do a market analysis only for the purpose of a prospective listing, never, and compensation, never. Okay, sorry. A BPO, actually, this is in your manual. I was just gonna say take a picture, but it's verbatim in your manual anyway. Any broker level licensee or associate or designated broker can do a BPO for any purpose other than a prospective sale. Okay, and yes, you can get paid for that, but only through your broker. I don't think that's something you're gonna have to worry about for 2 or 3, 4, or 5 years on your own, only for the test. That is just something that you can do for a flat fee from the bank, and you have to get paid through your broker. And an appraisal we cannot do. It's only a licensed appraiser in the state of Idaho for any purpose. That could be a HELOC or a purchase or refinance or whatever. And yes, they get paid well. Okay, good enough. The appraisal problem. What type of value is being sought? Well, we're talking about realtors here. So I'm going to say either list the house or sell it, depending on it, whether or not you were the buyer or the seller. And that's the scope of what you're trying to price this house for, right? Okay, what are you going to do here? You're going to gather, record, verify, and analyze necessary data. So again, for those of you who are in, 3/4 of you anyway, are going to be using a software program called Paragon. You will be required when you get licensed. And by the way, the only way you can have an active license, it's not just a matter of taking the test and passing it and getting fingerprinted and all that stuff. You have to work under a designated broker so to activate your license. You just can't go out on your own. You have to associate yourself with it, with a real estate office. I think you probably knew that. And in that case, then Paragon, the software program, which through the Intermountain MLS will ask you to come and take a 2-hour class. Truthfully, I should probably take more than one because I think that, well, you know what? I shouldn't be so hard on myself. All computer programs, you guys, do so much more than we know. And unless you're really, really computer techie, you just go, I need to know this, 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 and this, and you focus on that and you don't branch out. For years and years and years, I had a wonderful CMA program that actually, what is it called when it integrates with the MLS? It you just download from the MLS right into this program, and it spat it out in a beautiful color brochure that I printed and took off with me for $10 a month. And I loved this program so much. I liked the presentation. I liked everything about it. I never learned to use Cloud CMA, which is free with Paragon. I chose to pay $10 a month. And after a while, it was solely because $10 a month was easier than learning a whole new program. So I never used Cloud CMA. I know that since it already is in your dues and what you pay for the MLS, you might want to learn that, or just ask around your office and see if somebody has a better software program. Okay. You're going to form an opinion of value. It's your opinion, right? Using 3 different approaches. When you do a CMA, there's 3 ways to do it. One is the sales comparison approach, which is most often what a real estate agent is doing. You're comparing recent sales, active listings, something that didn't sell, anything pending, expired, et cetera, et cetera. You're searching around the subject property. You don't know the value of the subject property. That's what you're trying to figure out. The cost approach is, let's take this house from the ground up, and I'm going to compare it to new construction, either because it is new construction or because it's a year old and somebody has to move and the same model is still being built in that subdivision, which, I hate to say who you're going to call, which is more attractive to a buyer. If it's a spec house and it's completed, I'm not sure. It depends on the finish work. If it's pre-construction and I get to pick out colors and countertops and all that kind of stuff, I might go that direction. On the other hand, if it was $5,000 less or $10,000 less or 2% less, or whatever you want to figure out, and I loved it, and it had $10,000 worth of landscaping and $5,000 worth of window coverings and all the appliances, I might go with the house that's a year old, quite frankly. But I would use sales comps around, and then I would figure out how much would it cost to build today. How on earth do you know that? Because you're not a builder. It's hard, you guys. You have to kind of, for a long time, I was married to a builder, so that was really, really easy, and we were building on our own, so I knew it the back of my hand. But then I moved to Boise, and I wasn't married anymore, and I don't necessarily know what finished carpenters are making and that kind of stuff. I mean, I know how much the materials are at Home Depot, but I would just call builders or ask them, and go to the Parade of Homes and figure out per square foot. When they're selling per square foot, my next question is that the value of the land within that, or was that the actual building cost? If you want to take it even further, which I never did as a realtor, I did as the wife of a builder, I guess, is how much each thing costs. Like if excavation and foundation, and Soda Springs, Drew can help me. Is that 40,000, 50,000? And where are you with the land? The land is easy because it's sold on its own anyway, and you can comp that. Let's just call the lot 100,000, and that's where you're starting. And then you're going with excavation and concrete and framing and all that stuff. And the finish work. The finish work is going to make a huge difference between Formica and granite or whatever, and the appliance package is quite a bit different, all of that kind of stuff. So I could kind of figure how much it would cost to reconstruct it if it was built today. And then the other one, the income approach, I have used in residential real estate, but I've only used it in duplex, triplex, fourplex, because I want to know what this particular property produces in income. That makes a difference as to what a buyer would pay for it. But I also have to say, that's what commercial realtors use when they're selling commercial land too. You will use it though in income property to a certain extent. I never went as far, don't say never, it happened a few times, but my buyer was more into cap rates than I was. I used some kind of mini programs for residential realtors that I'll talk about a little bit later. What I want you guys and gals to remember right here, there's 3 ways to approach the process of valuing a piece of real property. It is the sales comparison approach, the cost to rebuild, and the income approach. And we're going to study all 3. And then sometimes, like if it was a year-old house, I would be reconciling based on 2 or 3 of those. I could do a cost approach and a sales comparison approach on a 1-year-old house. I could do a sales comparison, a cost, and an income approach on a fourplex and figure out which way. It's you know what? Pricing a home is one of the most important things you can do for a buyer or seller, particularly a seller, because you don't want it shop worn and not selling, meaning it's overpriced. And you certainly want to squeeze every nickel you can out for the seller. And
Barb, I have
you
a
know what?
question.
I still stress about it. I'm not selling anymore, but I still stress about it. Well, I just quit selling actually in June or whatever. Because what if I'm wrong? I spend hours doing this. Somebody had a question. I think it was Amanda. Go for it.
Yeah, I did. When we, before we moved to Idaho, we lived in California, and before we sold our home, we would see the value of it on, say, Zillow. And then we were told that Zillow always overestimates the value of your home. Do you find that true?
You know what? They've gotten better. I do look at Zillow, but I certainly don't make it much more than a look and 5 or 10% and another opinion, because I feel that Zillow does not know seriously what is going on right around the house that I'm trying to compare as well as I do. I don't mean to sound egotistical here, but you know what I'm saying. And Zillow is erroneous in ways that they will have houses on there that are not really on the market anymore. They'll say a little side thing at the bottom in a 2 font or whatever that it's in foreclosure proceedings. And you're thinking, no, it's not. It was. They missed a payment is what happened 6 months ago or something like that. So it has an awful lot of information that I'm not crazy about, that I think messes with the public's mind. I also think there's probably been enough attorneys after them. They've cleaned up their act and it seems to be better than it was 2 or 3 years ago. I look because I want to know what they say, but I also look because my buyers and sellers will say, well, Zillow said.
Right.
And I want the ammunition to be able to say, I totally understand that. I saw that too. And here is why I've tweaked it from Zillow because ... I have written proven information to back up. It's not, I'm not just throwing a bunch of numbers and hoping something sticks on a wall. And I tell my sellers that at my appointment. And then I'm going to report the final opinion. This is where I think we should list your house out. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, with that said, I'm going to say 509,000. But I also, we're not quite to that page in my listing presentation yet, where I am going to give you a to-do list. And just from the little I've looked around, I'm going to say at least 5 or 6 items. I never give you more than 10. If you do all 10 and spend $1,000, $1,500, I will go over that. If you only want to do 4 or 5, it might be 505 that you listed at. That's going to be up to you, as well as showing ability. You're living in the house, so I assume you want some notice. I mean, come on, how much notice do you need? If you say it can only be shown Thursdays between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., I'm not your agent. I can't sell a house with that kind of constriction on it. If you say everybody's at school and work, so go anytime, 8 to 5, Monday through Fridays, evenings and weekends, try and give us 2 or 3 hours notice. We'd love overnight notice too. That's how I would put it. That's pretty good. You're going to move out before we put it on the market. Easiest to show. Vacant lockbox, go. Now the vacant part is in the, I think I told you in our drop down menu, it says agent remarks. Please never put vacant in public remarks because it just tempts fate, bad fate. Do you see what I'm saying there? Okay, where am I here? All right, value is the next slide. Okay, some characteristics of value. The acronym is DUST. It's the demand. That's going to affect the value, right? Utility. And that basically means, what are we doing with this property? Excuse me. Let me go back to demand a second because I have a note in here to myself. What is, I've never seen anything like this. Oh, that's not true. In the crash of 81, I wasn't a realtor, but that's when adjustable rate mortgages went from 9 to 18%, and there was a wave of foreclosures and nobody could. They've actually, the feds have really regulated adjustable rate mortgages now with a lot of step gaps, which we will see, but not right now. Lending interest rates. How much does that change demand? It has been huge in the last 3 months, guys and gals. This is just, not that I think that 6 3/4 is a particularly high mortgage rate. It's just that a large majority of the buyers today, or millennials, have only seen 2.5%, 3%. And I think that, I talked to my kids about this actually. My stepson works for Blaine County Appraisal, not the appraisal company, the tax, Blaine County Assessor's Office. And when he was training, 4 years ago, he'd call me and he goes, do you know about the sales comparison approach? And I go, God, what do you think I was doing? The kids don't really care what their parents do for a living when they're growing up, but it's kind of funny that he's learned all this stuff now. Interest rates are, I mean, I was talking to him, his house in Haley is, I believe, at 2.8%. And that was a refinance. Well, I don't think it's been 2 years. And they could never own that house today at 6 3/4. Are we going to get used to it? Yes. But the demand, the prices have to come down. Otherwise, there won't be demand for 30-something-year-olds to buy a house. They won't be able to, which will force the prices to come down so that they can still afford the monthly payment. Utility is the usefulness for its intended purpose. Have you ever heard the term highest and best? What are you going to use this property for? for years and years and years before I moved to Boise, but while I was living up in Haley, there was a little house on the corner of, for those of you that know Boise, it was Cole and it's Cole and Emerald. Does anybody know that intersection? There's a D.L. Evans Bank, and there's a dentist office on one side, and Elements Massage is on one of the corners. It's all commercial, to make a long story short. And there was a little old lady who had lived there for 60 years in this house. And developers were chomping at the bit because the highest and best use was not a little 1,200 square foot year-old house. It was D.L. Evans Bank. I mean, so what is the property going to be used for? Definitely affects, or what can it be used for due to zoning change and legalities and police power definitely affects the value. Scarcity, again, that's just supply and demand, finite or limited supply. Yeah, there's a lot of land in this country. I know that you can probably still get a section somewhere in this country, I'm sure there's a section, 640 acres, 1 square mile. I just throw that in because you haven't heard it today. Or maybe you have. I'm sure I could afford to buy a section somewhere, but I don't think I want to live there. So is it scarce where I would love to own a section? I don't have that many millions of dollars in the bank, so no, I can't buy it. And the transferability, how easy or hard is it to transfer the title? And by that, hold on one second, I think somebody just sent me a message. Oh, got it, never mind. Thanks, Remy. Transferability. How easy is it to transfer the title? Interest rates would have effect on the value, but we kind of already talked about that. What about the fact that because I know FHA and VA appraisers, it won't go FHA or VA. It has to be a conventional loan or cash with 20% down or all cash. Does that, you know what you're doing right there? You're limiting the buyer pool. If they'd fix it up and spend $1,000, $2,000, making sure there's no earth to wood as plants against the siding, any chipped wood showing through any portion of the paint. And I have seen VA appraisers or FHA appraisers literally go around the house. I swear to God, they've got to have binoculars and they say, I'm not appraising it. I'm going to have to come back after you paid the trim. And I'm going, why? They'll show me. And I'm sitting there going like this with bifocals. And it's like, I could take a little bit of matching paint and go like that. But you're narrowing your buyer pool. If you would have had 10 buyers for that house, you might only have 4 or 5. What does that do to the value? It drops it down. Let's go now to a house that has a cracked foundation or a roof that won't certify for 3 or 5 years. Every bank is different. That means the bank won't loan at all. How do you buy that house? You pay cash. Okay. How many buyers have $400,000 or $500,000 cash hanging out? What did you just do to the buyer pool? Very select. What happened to the value of the property? Way down, way down. Good as gold. You can finance it any way you want. And I'm going to carry the note and be the bank, and I'm going to do it 4.5%. What did I just do? I probably tripled my buyer pool. That makes it very transferable, right? You're making now you have a buyer pool of 20, 25 people. I won't do it for 4.5, but I'm just trying to give you an example here. You opened up the buyer pool. It's huge. Can I charge more for my property? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's so easily transferable. I have a note here. That's just that some houses don't qualify for a loan. When you're doing a pre-approval, they're pre-approving you. That doesn't mean that the house you pick will be approved for a bank loan. Market value. I know I've harped this to the moon and back, but on the bottom of page 127, highlight at star, the most market value is the most probable price a property will bring in a fair sale in a competitive and open market with the buyer and the seller. Somebody has something on the speaker that is like scratching nails on a blackboard. Can you guys hear that? I don't know. what it is or where it's coming from. Anyway, but it's making me crazy. Buyer and seller each act prudently and knowledgeably. Price is not affected by unusual circumstances. Again, that would be a mother to a son, or somebody having a gun to your head, or you got transferred and need to leave town tomorrow, or yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. All of those things need to be taken into consideration when you're trying to figure out the market value, which the market value, one more time, is the most probable price a property will bring in a fair sale in a competitive and open market. And also in there with normal people. Don't ask me what that is. All right. Basic principles of, you know what? Sorry, guys, I got ahead of myself again. All right. Essential elements in determining market value. The most probable price is not necessarily the average or highest. That makes sense. The buyer and seller must be unrelated and acting without undue pressure. Both the buyer and the seller must be well informed of property's use and potential, including its advantages and defects. A reasonable length of, yeah.
When you say the buyer and seller must be unrelated, so if I have a house and my cousin just happens to be looking for a house and wants to buy mine, I mean, is that what it mean when it's unrelated?
No. Are you going to give it to your cousin for way under market value because you love him?
No.
Right answer. A mother would to a child. I know a lot of mothers that have done that, and that is not a fair transaction.
Okay.
You're trying to compare it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay. I love it when I ask that question. They go, well, I don't like him that much. It has to have an average time. You have to look and see what the average marketing time is for this particular house in this particular neighborhood at this particular time. And actually Paragon or whatever your MLS program, it will have statistics and it will show you. And we are broken up into areas in the Treasure Valley. Obviously, Nampa is not what Boise is, and Southeast Boise is not what Eagle is, and on and on and on. So in your particular area, how long is a $650,000 house sitting on the market right now? Sometimes the average market time was a nanosecond a year ago, and now it's 4 or 5 months. So you have to figure that out too, because if somebody says I want to sell it in 2 or 3 days, then you've got to drop the price. If the average market time for that house is 100 days. Do you see what I'm saying? Consideration is paid in cash or its equivalent. That's obvious. Price must represent a normal consideration unaffected by special financing. Again, that's a mother offering 0% interest to the kids, whatever. And it must be an arm's length transaction. An arm's length means literally a normal market, normal people, normal house, normal financing, as close to the average as possible is what an arm's length transaction is. Nothing kooky or weird in there that could affect its value. Market value versus market price. Remember, market value is an estimate based on the analysis of comparable sales, other pertinent market data. That is what my CMA is going to show, what I think market value is. Market price, you don't know what it is until you close, right? And the seller gets checked. It would be absolutely ideal. Market value and market price are exactly the same. And a lot of times it is in a normal market, not the frenzy we just are finishing doing, but in a normal market where the average marketing time is 4, 5, 6 months, I would love to list a house at 600 and have the seller get 600. But the truth of the matter is market value is 600 and they take an offer after 4 months of 580. That is market price, 580, what it actually sold for. Please don't confuse those, okay? Market value versus cost. The cost is the price to build the structure. Don't forget to include your land costs and permits and clearing if there's a lot of trees and all that kind of stuff. Boy, is clearing. So I think I told you that too, because I was asking you, is $10,000? Holy mackerel. It's a common misconception that cost represents market value. It really doesn't, because it has to have some demand in it too. Cost and market value may be the same. improvements are new. All right, you guys can't hear what I'm hearing, can you? Somebody's scratching their microphone. Oh,
I can
well,
hear
after
it.
the next. Is it, I can't figure out where it's coming from, guys and gals. I'm not doing anything. Would everybody look around and see if there's a,
I would just have everybody go on mute.
and see if it goes away, except for me. And if it's still there when then it's mine. And guess what? It completely went away. So it's coming from one of your computers. All right, anyway, I'm on the top of page 129 right now. Basic principles of highest and best use. And that is the most profitable single use to which property can be adapted. Please remember, it has to be within police powers. I think we all know that 80 acres, which is half of a quarter second, I just wanted to throw that in, farmland in Meridian is no longer the highest and best use. Why are these farmers selling? Because they don't want to farm anymore. The kids don't want to farm. And Dougie Developer has a check with their name on it in front of it for so much money that it's time to enjoy life. And quite frankly, I don't blame them one bit. I really don't. Because the highest and best use is now a subdivision or commercial development or Home Depot or whatever it is. Has to be legally permitted, economically feasible, physically possible, and the most profitable. Can't be done in a floodplain or something like that. Well, it can, but most profitable, maximally productive. Increasing and diminishing returns. Don't you guys think this is really interesting? I think it's just absolutely fascinating. And it's a hard thing to do. Like I said, I still struggle with prices because you have to be so attuned to what is going around you right now today. So increasing and diminishing returns. Just a second. Improvements to land and structures will eventually reach a point in which they no longer increase property value. All right. The law of increasing returns. Write this down in your manual on page 129. Unless you already know what it is. The law of increasing returns means that any money you spend on the property will increase the value of it. Does the public make mistakes on that? All the time. Did I give you the blue bathtub that had its seated 18 people and had its own hot water heater that cost $25,000? And my seller said that's why they need more for their money. But I couldn't find a whole lot of buyers that had 18 friends to take a bath with. So really and truly, how much, it's just, and that's when I just had to say, I'm really, really sorry. But did you do that to increase the value of your property, which is considered the law of increasing returns, or did you do it for your own enjoyment 20 years ago? And now blue fiberglass tubs are no longer, okay, never mind. It's hard, you guys, because to a realtor, a house is a commodity. It's sticks and bricks, right? Just like any other commodity in a marketplace. But to somebody who's lived there for 18 years and raised their kids, there's a tremendous amount of emotional value in it. And you really have to come across without hurting somebody's feeling. Although I come right out and say, I'm sorry if something I say in the course of this presentation is going to hurt your feelings. But I tell it like it is, just like when you go to the doctor and they don't, I don't want to tell them they're dying. It might hurt their feelings or ruin their day. I mean,
It's
that's
like a
just
yard
crazy.
sale.
Kind
People
of,
always overvalue their stuff.
they really, really, really do. They really do. And that is actually a good, that has, it's a lot of objections in my for sale by owner presentation. Anytime there's no middleman, you're going to put, the buyer's going to pay less, period. And one of the, I know I'm getting a little off track, but it's so fun. One of the examples I use is if you bought a nice watch for $100 at a jewelry store in Macy's or whatever it was, and it was still in the box, and you hated it later, but it still was in the box. It said $100 on it, Macy's, tags are all on it. Could you get $100 at a garage sale? What would you get for that? 30 at a garage sale? I like garage sales. They give me a little bit of an adrenaline rush. It's like the scoring of the deal. And not a whole lot of people wear perfume anymore, but I only use one very, very occasionally, and exactly what I like. It's $60 a bottle. And all these bottles were $1 and they were full. And I said, I'll take 4 of these bottles for $4, but can I ask you why you're doing this? This is emotional value of a commodity. Yes, my ex-mother-in-law, I've been divorced for 2 years now. I don't like my ex, and I certainly didn't like his mother, bought these for me. So did that devalue that box perfume from 60 to $1? Well, it did. That could good examples for sale by owners. Nobody's going to pay more when there's no middleman there with anything. That's why for sale by owners of cars, that's a good deal if you're going to buy. I just don't want to go to a bunch of strangers' house and look at cars. I'll go to a dealer and find one.
Barb,
Pay more. Yeah.
this is Suzette. I went offline, my connection. So where are you in the book? I'm on my cell phone until I can get
Oh.
it figured out.
129. We haven't really
129.
gotten probably very far in the last.
Okay,
5
so
minutes.
are you on like number 1, number 2, number 3?
Well, we just talked about law of increasing returns, the blue bathtub, and how much money will increase the
Okay.
value. Did you hear that, or did you miss all of that?
I got that. I
That's
missed
right
all
where
of
we
page
are.
28. So I'm just, and I can't get myself to get my picture online, so I'll just have to listen and till I can get this figured out.
I think I'm not a big junkie, but I know at the next break, which is coming up real quick, you guys, just turn your computer off and re-log in and see if that fixes it.
Yeah,
Unless
it-
the internet is
it's-
down and do you by chance
it's-
have a backup, like a hotspot on your Verizon?
I do, and I'm trying to get
Then
my,
just log on to that.
it'll
okay.
just take me a minute. So
You know what, you
if we're
guys,
gonna wait for a
Remy,
break, I'll just do that.
would you email or chat with Remy and she can help you through that? So we're not.
Yeah, Trying to
much
get
just
that.
saying,
Yeah, thank you.
What? Yeah, this is not, the technical problems, that's one of the reasons that Remy, the moderator, is there.
Yeah,
All right, diminishing returns, all right? Is an addition, it's exactly the opposite. The diminishing returns in valuing, the addition or improvement do not increase the value. So you've wasted your money. Could it possibly devalue the house? Absolutely. There's a house I can think of in Haley that in the Mid Valley that nobody hears from Sun Valley, so you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but it's visible from the highway when you're going between Haley and Sun Valley. They added an addition without anyone's approval, and the bank, somebody that works at the bank, small town, saw it, and it is an eyesore. And I don't know what happened, some kind of lawsuit, because you really can't add those additions, A, with no permits from the county or the city, and B, without that kind of permission from your actual mortgage lender, because people are so weird, they add things that actually you drive by and you kind of go, what the is it? Could that devalue the property, even though they spent 50 grand on it? Yeah, it could. Why? Because they are an idiot. I don't know the reason for that. Let's finish up this slide and take another break, okay? Plottage is a very, very interesting basic principle of value. It's the increase in value or the utility, which may increase the value, resulting from the consolidation, of 2 or more adjacent lots into one larger lot. All right, you have 2 lots side by side, and they're each $50,000. Most people think, and they're both for sale for $50,000. Hold on a second. Most people building 2 single-family houses would go to the seller and say, I'll give you 90 or 95 for both of, and that on the surface looks like a pretty good deal to the seller. But Dougie developer, you have it listed specifically saying only will sell both lots together. Why? Because the zoning prohibits, excuse me, a sixplex or a fourplex or whatever it is, single family, unless it's a larger piece of property, which permits a fourplex. And putting a fourplex on 2 lots is the highest and best use of the value of the property over 2 single family houses. So now, instead of 100,000, because that's what it's being sold for, if the value of each lot is 50 and 50, I would ask 110, 120, because the zoning change by putting them together and turning them to one piece of property increases the highest and best use of the property. And that is called plottage, always on every test. Plottage, plottage, plottage. Regression and progression is a very interesting concept. How a property conforms to its surrounding. Regression is more common than progression, and neighbors can influence your property value. So in regression, you have a neighborhood. Okay, this is an example. I know that CCNRs and the HOA would absolutely have a fit over this, but you have a neighborhood of really nice $800,000 houses, and somebody comes along and puts in a house worth 400,000. What does that do to the neighbor's house? It regresses it. It's now worth less because of something kooky that the neighbor next door did, because nobody wants to look at it. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas progression, I know you've all heard of that, because it's rule of thumb to good investing is buy the cheapest house on the block. Because now let's just turn it around. And what does that do to the little shanty?
Great.
When all the rest, it progresses the property value of the shanty. Exactly. So it depends on what is around it. And actually, I think that later on I have some visual slides on this. Over improvement, land improvement is more extensive than the surrounding neighborhood justifies. An example is the addition of a swimming pool that costs $40,000 but only adds $10,000 in value. A swimming pool is a really good example, guys and gals, because I don't know any swimming pools that cost 40, but let's just go with this manual, okay? And say it's 40 grand. In Phoenix, that would probably add 50 grand worth of value, because everybody wants one and nobody wants the effort of actually going through the whole thing in construction. And you might pay a little bit more for something that's beautifully landscaped with a pool in the backyard, right? In Ketchum, in the mountains where there's snow on the ground 6-7 months a year, the question is, how much is it going to cost me in a landscaping to fill in the pool and landscape over it? So that is going to make the value go down. In an over improvement, I have seen a lot of test questions and the answer is over improvement. And I think that one of the answers is an insane homeowner or something like that. You get the draft. We all know people that have put way too much money into a house that they'll never get back, and they don't realize it, which is a great reason to get that appointment long before they've talked to other realtors. I know that you're 6, 7, 8 months out a year. I would love to meet with you and your spouse, and I will give you a list of things to do that I think might be valuable in the next year, so that you don't waste money doing something that is really not going to matter. Isn't that great? Great line to get an appointment. And supply and demand. Oops, we didn't do substitution. Maximum value of a property cannot exceed the cost of purchasing an equal desirable property. That's the basis of what we're doing. You should be getting market value based on what's going around it. Principle of substitution. We're just substituting houses that are like our subject property. Supply and demand. We all know what that is. The number of properties available in a marketplace, prices of other properties, number of purchasers, and the price that that buyers are willing to pay. And right now we're seeing supply and demand almost like a time-lapse photography right now, guys and gals. I have seen the market, and I told you that in 07 when my ex and I were doing a flip. He knew it because he was in Escondido in the 80s building houses. It's literally in 2 weeks. By the time the market turns, by the time the public knows it, it's too late. If you've been crushed enough times in the gut, this time around I smelled it. How did I smell it? I don't remember. It's a sixth sense from being in the business so long or something like that. I don't know. But obviously, other than in my career, 07 was the last time I saw it change literally in a 2-week period. It's just crazy. And what happened in May and June of this year was exactly that. And now we're seeing the supply going way, way up. It's fueled by the interest rates doubling and demand is going way down. And shut up, Barb, and stop predicting. How about if I see you in 10 minutes? Are we good? Or unless you have any questions first on where we are right now. You're good? All righty. Thanks, you guys. Howdy, howdy. Oh, dear. Is everybody back? Let's stop this for a second. Um, how do you smell market changes? I mean, is that the last thing I said? And then I said, let's go on a break. So I'm checking my email. What's the first thing on? Well, first of all, you're going to get 188 emails every day from somebody pumping their wares because you're a licensed agent. Most of them I just kind of go through and look at the junk and delete, like we all do with our email every day. This is one from Boise Hunter Homes that came up. And sorry, I mean, you're so funny. Boise Hunter Homes is one of the major builders in the Treasure Valley. Does a lot of subdivisions. Normally, I would hit the delete button because you can't read them all. But what's the header? Up to 4.5% selling commission instead of 3%. You can't not open that email. I do not pick houses to show based on what my commission is. Unless it's 1.5%, in which case I will go to my buyers and say, sometimes I let this slide, but that's so substantial. I'm going to need some input from you and we'll figure it out when we write the offer. If you even like the house, or when I do write the offer, I put it in the offer. Not in the purchase and sale agreement, but some kind of an addendum to the listing agent and the seller saying, you're paying me 3%, take it or leave it. Anyway, and that's a broker discussion. That's not a bar discussion. But let me read this email. When the header is up to 4.5% selling commission, I opened it. So it says, attention, Treasure Valley Realtors. The next header is let's sweeten the deal. What does that tell me right off the get-go? Boise Hunter Homes has too many spec houses out there sitting, and he's trying to dump them. The reason that builders will put a come on like that is that they don't want the neighbors saying, I only paid $480 for my house. And the other neighbor says, I paid $520 last month. And it just makes the neighbors all happy. So they do try to sweeten the deal. On every new contract submitted to Boise Hunter Homes from September the 30th to October the 25th, 2022, Sky Mesa was 3%. Now we're going to pay you 4.5%. Dry Creek Ranch Commission was 3%, now 4.5%, and Harris Ranch North was 2.5%, and it is now 3.5%. This offer is available for both move-in ready homes as well as buildable homes. Visit one of our 14 model homes to speak to a new home sales specialist and ask about our 3.99% interest rate for your buyer. They are buying down interest rates. The builders are putting money into the financial institutions to buy down an interest rate, which is a little bit later in this, but this is like 4.5 commission, Sky Mesa starting in the 600s, yada, 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 models open. Dry Creek Ranch, 4.5, that is a huge, I mean, you think about it, $600,000, that's a selling office bonus of an extra $9,000 to the agent that brings a buyer. How can you not read that? Guess what? The buyer may or may not like the house, but I know it's a numbers game. How many times it showed is going to have a direct relation to how soon an offer is going to come and what the offer is going to be. Boise Hunter Homes wants more people through their properties, that price range. Huge clue. About a year ago, Corey Barton, which is probably the biggest builder in the Treasure Valley, said, bring us the buyer. And this month only, or this week only, we're adding a refrigerator, an LG, whatever, side by side, blah, 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 blah. For Corey Barton to do that on every sale in a 1 week or 1 month period or whatever, tells me Corey Barton is smelling something better than I can smell it. You really have to pay. That is just amazing that I shut my computer off and looked at my email and saw that. 4.5 commission from one of the biggest developers. He woke up and he said, I have too many spec houses that haven't sold. What am I going to do? Amanda, Did you just say something, but you muted? Because I think it was good. Not that I'm much of a lip reader, but
No, my daughter came in asking me if she could wear these pants, and I told her that I needed to look at them.
sorry. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, anyway, I just thought that was just amazing. So how do you know the market's changing? You need to go be very, very aware and read up on what's going around you. That's the kind of stuff you might see in the newspaper too. And it might be an article that's being written about how inventory is coming up and sellers are putting money into discount points, which is something we'll get into in a little bit, to buy down buyers' interest rates. We're getting into adjustable rate mortgages again, which I want to make sure that the buyers can afford the house in 3 years if they say they want to live there for 10. That's a little bit of a slippery slope I'm seeing. Okay, I have to ask you guys something. Did I tell you at the beginning of this class that I can be a little bit opinionated? Let's move on. All righty. I don't want to see it happen again. That's all I can say. Other countries didn't. Other companies had a serious depression or recession 12, 13 years ago too, but they didn't have the foreclosure rate the United States is because they didn't do zero down loans. I mean, okay, now I will move on. I promise. You know, you can tell me. Shut up. And
I
move on.
like hearing the opinion.
My opinions. Rah, 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 rah. Okay.
I
sales
stick with my
comparison
fact that you're not boring at all.
Okay, isn't this exciting? We're going to do the government rectangular survey system, and all my students are going, "Oh God, don't give her any more coffee." No, this section on pricing property just absolutely fascinates me. I just think it's just mind-boggling. The sales, because I just want to be right. Well, everybody does, right? But it's an art, not a science. So it's not black and white. There's just so many factors. So remember, there's 3 approaches to determining value. I'm on page 130 right now. The sales comparison approach, also called the market data approach. Highlight that, underline it, put a big gold star on it, whatever you want to do. And what are you doing? You are comparing other sales around your subject property. It's the most reliable for residential. Oh, I'm sorry. Before that, we're going to talk about sales comparison, also known as market data, cost approach, which is building it from the ground up, and the income approach is the probable value in the future income. How much does this money make? Does it make a difference on how much I'm going to pay for it? Appraisers traditionally use all 3 approaches in each appraisal they perform, not on residential. Unless somebody wants to know for a rental or something like that. Okay, the sales comparison approach is an estimate of value obtained by comparing subject property, the subject, that's the one you're going to value now, with recently sold comparable properties. You know what they sold for. You have no idea what your subject is going to sell for. You're just trying to come up with what you think it will sell for, which is market value, not market price. Most reliable for residential. The steps to a market analysis is, first of all, become very familiar with the subject property, obviously. Choose 3 to 4 comps. I try to start with 6 or 7 and narrow it down to 4 or 5. The reason I don't like 3 or 4, that seems a little bit low to me, is because I really want 3 active and 3 sold. And then if there's pendings or expires, I'll add them too. And make necessary adjustments to the comparables. Why are you adjusting the comparable? Because you're trying to make it as close to what your subject property is. I will give you a visual in just a second. Hold on. Okay. You're going to visit the active listings that are competition for your subject. Just make an appointment and go see it until you're proving property. If you're talking to the listing agent, I don't mind saying I don't want to make a big deal because I don't want the seller to clean the house or turn on the lights or do anything weird or come home or whatever. Is it okay? I am actually doing a CMA for comp, and I have not seen your listing, and I certainly need to see it in case somebody wants that, not my listing. make it sweeten the pot. Okay, but if it's really a big hassle, like 18-month-old triplets, you don't have to use physically every single house. Try to go to the vacant ones first and the ones that are easy to show because the sellers are at work or out of town or whatever. Try and use those first. And establish a band or range of value. Considerations, the level style. Oh, you guys, this is so dependent on where it is. People think that, oh, single level always sells before a 2-story. That is very true. Single levels are attractive. That's partly because we have a very aging population. Main level masters are very popular unless it's a subdivision that attracts people with younger children, like grade school and middle school, the parents, and you can, say yay or nay to this one. Parents want to be on the same floor. So if all 4 bedrooms are upstairs in a neighborhood like that, then that's a selling point. For me, I'm not doing a 2-story anymore. My knees are killing me. Okay. So it depends on what it is, where it is, and who the probable buyer is. In an over 55 community, you won't even see a 2-story. But if you have 2 houses in a subdivision and it is attracting not a first-time home buyer, certainly, maybe somebody with teenagers or almost grown kids or empty nesters and that kind of stuff. If you have a 2-story versus a 1-story, you can get more for the 1-story. So do you see what I'm saying? It depends on what we're talking about. It's not set in stone. It depends on who the buyer is, the age of the property. I don't adjust if one house is 7 years old and one is 9. I don't really care. But I do adjust if one house is 3 years old and one is 33. As a matter of fact, I'll try not to even use them. But if I have to use them for some reason, I will assume that the one that is 27, 28, 29 years old is going to need a roof and a furnace and what is coming up big time, whereas the one that's 3 years old, I hope doesn't need any of that kind of stuff. Quality of construction. Does one have granite and one has chipped orange Formica? What about the landscaping? Is the landscaping important to everybody? I definitely want a pretty backyard, but if you start an ad with fabulous 1/2 acre, lots of grass, I'm not even going to look at it. I'm not the buyer for that house. It's the buyer is somebody with 3 little kids and 2 dogs. That is a cute dog. Now, what is that guy's name? That is a dachshund. No, God, is he cute. Oh God, here we go with Barb again. Oh God, I have to have that dog, Amanda. Sorry. The square footage of the house. What's his name?
Her name is Miley. Mile long Miley.
Miley. Hi, sweetheart. What a little cute. Oh, she's going, what are we doing now, Mom? This is ridiculous. You're not kidding me. Square footage. I find way too many agents really, really caught up on square footage. Does it make a difference in the value of the property? Of course it does. Too many people are basing 90% of their market analysis on price per square foot. I don't. I use about 10% of it to start. And I don't make any difference at all if it's 100 square feet difference. What does that mean to me? That 2 of the back bedrooms have an extra 6 inches on one end or something like that. It really just doesn't matter. Too many people say it's $275 a square foot, and they never looked at the backyard. One of them has a electrical substation behind it, and the other one has a lake. So anyway, but I do take it in consideration. It is part of my market analysis. The lot size, like I just said, 1/2 acre fully landscaped, I wouldn't buy it. Not attractive to me at all. If that's the come on in a subdivision that's attracting seniors, I probably wouldn't mention it, quite frankly. And the condition of the property, obviously that changes the value. There's no doubt about it. If you're a flipper, you want it kind of trash, don't you? If you can get it for less, you know how much it actually changes the value of the property. Other categories to consider are bedroom count, garage stall count. How much do we adjust for a 2-car versus a 3-car garage? It depends on who the probable buyer is. If it's a subdivision where most people have 2.6 kids between the ages of 13 and 17, they're not going to buy a house with a 2-car garage. So what's that extra bay worth? To me, it can be 25,000. An appraiser might say it's worth 8,000 because you're using a cost approach on how much to expand the footprint and the concrete and the framing and the roof. I say it depends on who the buyer is. For my age group, it's a 2-car garage that's a little bit extended on the side. I don't want 20 width. I want 20 to 24 width, and I would love a 25 to 26 foot length. Why? Because I've got to have my cars and my golf cart there. Okay. That's a big deal in the communities I look at now. And I know I'm kind of throwing a lot on you guys, but a $600,000 house is a $600,000 house is a $600,000 house to the most probable buyer, right? You got to figure out who is the buyer here. So again, you're going to choose your comparables and make the necessary adjustments. Hold the questions on this for just a second, because you know, and it always wakes everybody up, that I am the worst drawer in the whole wide world, but I'm going to put it on a whiteboard so that you can actually physically see what I'm doing here. If the comparable property is superior, are you with me here on page 131? If the comparable property is superior, it's nicer than the subject, we deduct from the comparable property because we're trying to make the comparable property more like my subject. Hold the thought. If the comparable property is inferior, the house I'm listing is nicer, then we will add to the comp. We never adjust the subject. Why? We have nothing to adjust yet. We have no idea what the value is. Okay, so give me a second here and let me try to explain this to you. Where's my whiteboard? It usually just says, how come it usually just says whiteboard? Because I'm sharing, and it will never say that, will it? Has to be, okay. Now you have to tell me, can you guys see it? Yay! I would not call me a Zoom expert, but this one's a pretty good one. Okay, let me see if I can draw and have you vaguely see what I'm drawing. That is a house. I know. Kind of looks like something a witch is smoking. And that is a 2-car garage. All right. And it sold. It closed September the 15th, and it went under contract August the 15th. So we are 6 weeks in arrear from the actual offer, but it closed September 15th at, I'm not actually that much better on a live whiteboard, you guys. It's pretty bad. Stick figures the whole bit, but I want you to be able to see this. Have a better idea. I'm having a little bit too much. Are you having as much fun as I am? Say yes. This is so much fun. It's so cool. Okay. This house over here, and if I was a little tiny bit better drawing, I would probably be showing you 3 houses, but I'm just not. This is, wow, this is really a mess, is what it is. No, it's a really nice house, you guys, really and truly. They just called me and asked me to list it. And guess what? It's the same floor plan as the one that closed 2 weeks ago for 500, but it has same floor plan. Very similar finish work. They're both 3 years old in a subdivision. Mine has a 3-car garage. You can't adjust my subject property. And I'm going to put a big S here for subject. That is what I want to list. I know that exactly the same floor plan sold 2 weeks ago for 500. I think mine is more valuable. Why? Because in this neighborhood, people really, really like the 3-car garage. How much is it worth? Depends. In an over 55 community, I could care less. It's worth 0 to me. let's take it back to a subdivision like Bridge Tower or Paramount, and you've got kids coming up on driving school and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna say 15 grand. Okay. Now, what are we adjusting here? Remember, I'm gonna do this with 4 or 5 houses, but if I tried to draw them all, I'd lose you. I can tell you that right now.
The comp
This-
value.
The comp, because I'm trying to figure out this, it says comp, that is a C actually. Wow, am I getting good? If the comp were exactly like my subject, and I haven't started adjusting yet for a time value that this is going to go on October 15th and the comparable went on August 15th. Actually, it went down. But let's just leave that out of the equation for right now. Let's just do the garage. What would I adjust the value of the comp tail if I decided that Extra Bay was $15,000? Give everybody a second to process. What do you think?
515?
485.
No, you want to make the comp as close to what the subject is because you're trying to value the subject. So ask yourself this question and write down this question. What would the comp have sold for if it had a 3-car garage? Let me repeat that.
515.
What, 515? What would the comp have sold for? Because you're trying to make it as much like the subject. So if the comp had a 3-car garage, what would it have sold for? It would have sold for 515. So underneath the adjustments there, and by the way, there are a couple of in your, I don't like the modern book because it has a blank. 1 second here. I'll show you what I'm doing. I believe that the Idaho book has filled in numbers, whereas maybe not. Darn it, it does not. The modern book, national book. On page 306 and 7. It is a blank, but page 1 is just a little bit about the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. On page 307, you with me? Everybody got it before I start yakking here? 307 in modern. Big book. Okay, on page 307, actually, you know what? A great practice would be for you to make a couple of copies of that, because that is exactly what you're going to be doing. At the top of the page on the left-hand side, it says this is the feature. And then it has your subject. You know what it is because you've been through the house. You don't know what the sale price is, of course. How reasonable is the seller about financing concessions? Are they sweetening the pot at all? The date of the sale and time. What would I do in this particular situation where we're talking about 2 months in between the listings? Ugh, you guys, depending on the neighborhood, I would probably drop it 20 grand right now because comparable got more money in August than you're going to get right now. Location, I'm going to say they're both equal here. Obviously, leasehold versus fee simple. I wouldn't be doing a market analysis on a leasehold property and saying if it was fee simple, I would try and find more leasehold. The value of the lot, one is, let's just say one is a premium lot. 50 grand is what it could be with a view and everything. Quality construction, the age, the condition, how many bedrooms and baths and what floor they're on. Does it have a basement, heating, cooling? Well, I think they all have heating and cooling. How big is the garage? That kind of stuff. So what are you doing in comparable sale number 1? And that is going to be the one on the left that closed a couple weeks ago for 500 grand. Go down to, you're trying to make it more like the subject property because what you have there is 3 comps that you're doing. And you're gonna come up with 3 different prices. Halfway down that, it says adjusted net adjustment. You're adding up the pluses and minuses, what you're doing there. Adjusted sale price of comparables. So on comparable number 1, it sold for 500,000, and go down to garage, almost to the bottom. And in that particular slot, the adjustment, we decided is 15,000. I would add it to the comparable. Again, let me repeat, because I know a lot of people get confused on this. I'm trying to make the comparable as much like the subject as possible. I have filled all that out on the subject, and in fact, it has a 3-car garage. Comparable sale number 1 does not, but if it did, I would add $15,000. That is a plus 15, so that down at the bottom, if there's no other adjustments other than the size of the garage, I'm going to say adjusted sale price of the comparable under sale comparable number 1 is 515. And then I'm going to do that with 2 and 3, and I'll probably have some numbers like 515, 525, 505, something like that. And I'm going to take all 3 into consideration when I'm trying to value. Now, I'm going to do that for sold properties as well as what is on the market right now. And I really like to go see what is on the market because I think that's it says a whole lot more than looking at pictures on the internet. With that said, how many of the sold pieces can I go look at? I can't go knock on the door and say I'm doing a comp. I know you're just moving in. Do you mind if I walk through your house? What I think is very, very, very important in a new agent's weekly schedule, and only adjust that when you've been in the business for 10 years, is setting aside time to preview property and knowing the market. If you could see 20 houses a week, that would be 80 at the end of a month. Take your market where you think you're going to be doing 80-90% of your sales and divide it into quarters. And then to figure out which days, depending on what else you're doing during the week. But I always like to do something like Tuesdays and Thursdays from 2:30 to 5 each day. And the reason I said till 5 is because if it happened to be on my way home, I've left the office. When you set them up in Paragon, you just hit either Google or Bing Map and it maps them for you. And then you know you're leaving the office at 2:30 and you call 5 and make an appointment. 2:45, 3, 3:15, you should be able to bang out 5 or 6 actually in an hour and a half, depending on the length of driving time in between. If you can do 10, actually that was a lot. How about 6 or 7 on Tuesday, 6 or 7 on Thursday? And if you don't reach, if your goal is 15, you've got it down. If your goal is 20, then try to go to 5 open houses on a Saturday if you're not doing one yourself. If I wasn't making my preview quota, I would pick the kids up from sports and I would have to stop at 2 or 3 houses on the way home. And if they groaned and bitched and moaned, that's too bad. Who do you think bought you skis? You see what I'm saying? Usually they just went, oh God. And then I was listening to real estate motivational tapes in the car. I want to use the best. Every minute is money when you're self-employed. And I want to use any time in the car to the best of my ability. And that was a good way to do it. So do you see how we're adjusting? Now let's just, God, that is one horrible artist, but you get the drift there. Because there is a time frame here, we made the comparable 515 and we're going to list our subject at 515, but I'm thinking it's down 20 grand right now. So what's the list price of our subject? Because of the time, I'm minusing 20 grand. So the list price is now 495, even though it does have a 3-car garage because the market has changed drastically. So that is actually, guys and gals, how we are valuing property in the sales comparison approach. I know I'm kind of weird. No comments, please. I find that incredibly fascinating. I really do. It's, and then when you're completely done, I'm still not 100% sure. I'm never 100% sure because it's an art, not a science. And I have even told, don't you do this because you don't have it quite yet, but you will. If you preview property, and that way you can say, oh, I saw that house before it sold and it was ... Does that make you look like you know your product you're selling? You have to know what you're selling. You're selling a product and it's a house. And the more houses you see, and the better you're going to know what your product is, period. I was going to say one more thing about that. blank, completely blank. I hate it when I do that. I'll think about it in a minute though. Okay, I just find this just so fascinating. Okay, visit active listings that will be the competition. Remember, when I am not 100% sure, I've done all my comps on what is sold, and I've done it on active too, but I haven't gone and looked at the actives, or maybe I have. Please go look at the actives, because then I'm stepping out of the whole thing. I'm totally stepping out of the whole thing and say, now I'm a buyer and I have $600,000 to spend. These are my criteria. I'm going to look at these 5 houses because that's what buyers do. They're comparison shopping. Which one am I going to buy? Let's keep it simple, folks. Out of the mouths of babes. Then I add which ones have the wow factor. And I do that because the human brain is wired to say it's the first impression. For anybody that has ever been on an online dating site, you look at some of these pictures and you think, is he in prison? I can't see. What are those bars? And they're sitting there like this, and they have a, they're just horrible. That's a first impression, is it not? Isn't that kind of how you are attracted to somebody when you're date shopping or whatever? Don't you think that houses have exactly the same thing? I know this because you've all been to a parade of homes, and you go into a builder's spec house, and what is it? It's staged in gorgeous furniture. And the first thing the buyer says when they walk in is one word, 3 letters. It starts and ends with W. It's wow. They've walked in, it has a wow factor. In their brain, the value went up, did it not? Over the same house next door that same, but they staged it with 70s orange and brown tweed sofas. And you walked in and you went, ugh. And it's got holy dirty towels hanging in the master bathroom, but it's the same house. Which one is more value? It has a wow factor, you guys. It's the human brain. It is totally the human brain. I want my listings to all have a wow factor. And I'm going to factor that in right there. And I don't even know that that can be said. And I tell my clients, this is why this is so important. I want the wow factor. And then the last 10% of my CMA, I just say, you guys, it's an art, not a science. Here's what I'm trying to do for you. This is the market price. And actually, when I do my presentation to you guys, I'm looking at it's a color picture because it's 20 pages in color. It's like a dartboard. What do you call it? A target thing. And it's got a red dot in the middle. And I say, that is your market price. It's that red dot right in the middle, followed by all these circular, it's a dartboard is what it is. And they say, well, what is that number? And I said, I don't know yet. We haven't put it on the market. That's why it's an art, not a science. And I say, a certain amount of this is going to go with my gut. I know that sounds really weird to you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, but I have an educated gut in this. And I truly believe that 521 is too high and 519, just what I'm trying to do. This is your market price. That's what it's going to sell for. We don't know what it is. I want it to be right there, barely a finger, $2 over that. That's where I want to price your house. Sound good? Isn't that fun, you guys? It's so fun. I mean, okay, well, I'm weird. I'm also hungry. What time is it? Okay. All right. So go back to page 134. If the comparable property is superior to the subject, we deduct from the comp's value. And if the comparable property is inferior to the subject, the one I'm trying to list is nicer, we add to the comp. What would it have sold if it was more like the subject? Please write that sentence down. That's the way a lot of people process that particular concept when you're adding and subtracting and trying to come up with value. Okay? Any questions while I'm looking for the PowerPoint again? All right. Fine.
Yes.
Y'all got that?
Yes, sorry. You said go back to page 134. Which book?
131, actually. She was,
I'm sorry, my numbers are not the
Thank you.
same, and sometimes I'm looking at my page. It
Thank
actually,
you.
we're on top of 132 right now in your manuals. Okay. Oh, come on, work. cost approach, remember, we're just rebuilding it. For new building or custom structure appraisals, like I said, I do use it when there's not enough comps, when I'm comparing it to new construction. When I want to add in what the buyer who just bought it a year ago added. So let's talk about how that's going to shake out. Estimate the value of land as if vacant. That's really easy. It's really easy if there's a lot of vacant land for sale around it or in that subdivision. A lot of times there's really not. It's built out or something like that when you're trying to do a cost approach. Figure out the value of the land one way or another, and all you're doing is either asking around or doing a sales comparison approach on the vacant land itself. And then estimate the cost of constructing the improvements. I might start with a square foot basis there. Ask the builder if you have questions. What would it cost to totally build an exact replica of that particular, or what would it, a reasonable copy, which is kind of almost the same thing. As far as talking to builders, you guys, it's really funny. We tend to be somewhat intimidated. And there was a big builder when I lived in Haiti, and a fairly new agent got all his business. And I said, I can't believe you got a new subdivision and you're a new agent. How'd you get that? They usually tend to go with agents that have been around for a while. And she said, everybody else just thinks he knows every agent in town. And I went up and asked him, could have had a V8, huh? Duh. Estimate accrued depreciation. If you're trying to do this on a 6 or 7 year old house, there's some depreciation. That's not the same as the value appreciated, because that's what's the market there. It means that the property itself only has so long of a lifespan. I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years. And at 6, 7, 8 years, is it going to start needing things that maybe it wouldn't if it was new? Deduct any depreciation for estimated construction costs as if it was brand new and add the land value back in. Don't forget the value of permits. Okay. Hold on. Physical deterioration. I'm back on page 132 here. Okay. Depreciation is a loss of value from any source, but estimating depreciation could be physical. That's normal wear and tear. When it says curable there in parentheses, and then it says peeling paint, leaking roof, damaged floor, broken windows, etc., that is curable. What does curable means? It means the cost of fixing it will probably add up to either being able to sell it or increasing the value of it. A leaking roof, actually, I'm not sure you could sell a house with a leaking roof. You could, but it would have to go to an all-cash investor that says, okay, because no bank is going to loan on a house with a leaking roof. To me, that's not really, a leaking roof is very curable. It might cost you $800 or $900, and it puts it back with all the buyer pool in it, and you can certify it for 3, 4, or 5 years. Needing a new roof is not curable, and that actually doesn't have that in there. The reason I say that is because a $30,000 roof is not going to get you $35,000 or $30,000 for the house. Why? Most people buying a house expect it to have a functional roof. So it grossly devalues if it doesn't have that. Actually, it takes the bank equation out of it completely. Adding 30,000, if you had 2 identical houses side by side, and one had a new roof and one needed a new roof in 4 years, still bank loanable. I would buy the house with the new roof if everything else were exactly the same. Well, freaking duh. Would I pay 30,000 for it? No, I don't think I would. 15, 20. So you don't necessarily, you don't get any of the cost back of a cracked foundation, because I wouldn't buy a house with a cracked foundation. If it costs the seller 40,000 to fix it, I might buy it. Is he going to say, I just fixed a cracked foundation and I want you to pay 40,000 more for the house? It's absurd. It's incurable. Do you see what I'm saying? And in fact, when you go to incurable, no, it doesn't have it here. Well, it will in a second. That's the difference between curable and incurable. Curable is fixing the problem. Well, you'll get most of your money back. Incurable, you are not. Functional obsolescence. It's functionally obsolete. That can be an outdated feature or design. Quite frankly, what was popular 40 years ago is not popular now, 50 years, I should say. Low ceilings is incurable. You could take the entire roof off and raise it a foot, but you're never going to get your money back for that. A lot of older houses have lower ceilings. A 6-bedroom, 1-bath house. That is called functionally obsolete because 50 or 60 years ago, it was expected that if you had 3 kids and 2 adults in a house, you have 1 bathroom. 50 years ago was just about the time that the master bath was coming in. As a matter of fact, my parents bought a house in the 60s. I remember my mother on the phone to her girlfriends squealing about building this house. First of all, she didn't know how that. She said, I'm going to have to get a job because the payments are going to be $180 a month. That's just hilarious. But then she said, it has a master bath. And I could hear her girlfriend squealing. Oh my God, Fran, I am so jealous. And she goes, I got the avocado package. That was a green refrigerator and dishwasher and green shag carpet. And I could hear her girlfriend said, oh my God, you got the avocado package. How much more was that? You don't want me asking. And going on and on and on. The master bath was a huge asset, but I remember that bathroom. It had a shower that was okay for somebody of a normal weight. You know, you could turn around it, you could wash your hair, but don't invite your friends in. Okay. It had 1 sink, not one of those long vanities with 2 sinks, and it had a toilet. You could barely turn around in it. That is considered functionally obsolete right now because we need bathrooms right now with showers that a bathtub that sleeps 8 is really what we're looking for in a master bath right now. There's master baths out there that are bigger than a lot of bedrooms, are they not? Because that is what is current trends today. So let's go back to the bathroom, either no master bath. Let's go back to 6 bedrooms, 1 bath. Is that curable or incurable? It could be curable if you made one of those bedrooms a master bath. If it was connecting it and the plumbing was on the other side, you could theoretically put a master bath in. Then you would have a 5-bedroom, 2-bath house with a luxurious master bath. I think you'd get your money back. I'm going to call that curable. But my parents' house, it backed up to the
Thank
other
you.
kids' bathroom. That
I
master,
said, thank you. You're describing my home.
you have a bathtub that sleeps 10?
No, I'm,
Okay,
this
okay,
this
let's go on,
describes my
let's go
home.
on.
It was built back in the early 70s. So I'm like, thank you.
Okay, okay, so you have a master bath that you can barely turn around now. Is that curable or incurable? I'm visualizing my parents' house and that bath backed up to the other bathroom. So the only way to increase the size of the master bath without knocking out the current bath, and then where you're gonna put that, was exterior walls on the 2nd floor. So what that meant is taking the entire side of that house and blowing it out 5 feet. And that is excavation, foundation, structure, new roof, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You will get more for the house. If it's $100,000 to make that bathroom bigger, are you going to get that back? No. Incurable at that point. Take it or leave it. Do you see what I'm saying? So that is the difference between functional obsolescence. It's how the public perceives that particular item. All right. Knob and tube wiring, that's kind of split entry home is kind of outdated, I guess. That doesn't bother me because I had one once and turned the basement into a separate apartment and that was just fine. External obsolescence. It's obsolete, not based on the house. It's obsolete based on something that is external, going around it. It's always incurable, always. Well, certain exceptions, but it is always incurable. It's a condition outside the property that is affecting the value of your house. No amount of money can actually fix it. And an airport flight path, I don't know a whole lot of houses, quite honestly, that are now being built where a new airport is coming in. Actually, it does happen. Happens in most cities every 50 or 60 years. A neighboring freeway is being punched out, intermingled with commercial properties. Those to me are not the greatest. How about the pig farm behind it? What does that do to the value of your house, even though you've maintained it impeccably and upgraded and it is gorgeous? I'm sorry.
Appreciates.
There's only one way to fix that, and that is buy the pig farm. That's incurable anyway, because if it costs you $2 million to buy the pig farm, you're not going to get 2 million more for your house. I'm sorry. You win some, you lose some. Truth
We
of the
looked
matter
at a
is,
house like that. It had literally had a
Okay.
pig farm attached to it and they could not sell it.
Of course not. That is like my friends who had the house in Tucson where the homeless population was spilling out of the neighboring park onto the streets. That is absolute external obsolescence. The only thing they could do to sell that house was grossly lower the price. If you own 10 houses in your lifetime, I don't think you can win on all 10. I've lost houses. I lost money on 2 houses that I've owned over the years, and that's just nothing is risk-free, sorry. But I have an aversion to buying a house next to vacant land that could be rezoned. So kind of good to know, huh? External airport flight pass, neighboring freeway, okay, pig farm is me. You're gonna deduct the accrued depreciation for the estimated construction cost of new improvements. Where are we here? We are on the cost approach. We're completely out of obsolete stuff. And then you're going to add the land value back in, and don't forget the permits. So that is the cost approach, guys and gals. Any questions before we go on to the income approach? The income approach is commercial property. I will tell you how a residential realtor is going to use them. I know I asked before, is anybody serious about commercial property? If you live in a small town, you might end up selling some commercial property that could go either way. Usually it's old houses on Main Street that are now zoned for businesses and stuff like that. I tend to stay away from things I don't know very well, unless the value's in the land and the structure itself or whatever use. But the income approach, it is based, I'm on top of 133, it's based on current value of rights to future income. Does that make a bit of sense to anyone? Based on current value of rights to future income. If this fourplex is currently rented and each of the units is rented for $1,000 a month, I can tell you right now, if I closed on it today, my income would be $4,000 a month gross, and then I would deduct all of my expenses, okay? And that's taxes, forget it, they don't care what you owe on the property, that has nothing to do with the value. But you're definitely going to deduct the taxes and insurance, and a certain percentage is going to be set aside for maintenance, okay? And if depending on the age, it's going to be big ticket or not big ticket maintenance coming up, and you have to figure that in. And then most banks will take a certain percent, somewhere between 75 and 80%. That's just a generalization, called vacancies. And I have buyers that say, but there hasn't been any vacancy in this house in 5 years. There aren't any vacancies much of any place anymore. It doesn't matter. The bank wants to know if they're going to lend you money on that. They want to know what your future income is, and that's $4,000 gross. You have to figure out what your net is. Let's call it 3,000. And then they're going to take a certain percentage of vacancies and take that off the top before they figure out exactly how much they're going to loan you and or what you should be paying. It's used for income producing properties. Everybody looks at this on the top of 133 and completely and totally freaks out. Don't. We're going to get into it a little bit more. Oh, I better look at the test. I will tonight, I promise. I don't think there's anything on this test on it. How am I ever going to remember that formula? This is the first time you're really being introduced into math. Oh God, crap, I have to memorize that. Income is one way to it's a tripod. So you've got income, rate, and value to figure out what that property should sell for The income, you know, is how much it produces monthly or yearly, whatever. In this case, it's $48,000 gross per year. You have that. How do you have that? Because I told you. It's a fourplex that's full and each of them are 1,000. It was in the test question to begin with. The value is what you're trying to figure out. So what if I said I wanted, a cap rate of 8? Let's not talk about what that is, capitalization rate. And you're looking for the value. I want to make sure I say this straight, just a second. The value is the X in the equation, is it not? You want a rate of 8, and that is in fact with the seller. Just a second, I need some scratch paper. So you know that the income is 48. And I can see right now that you're gonna divide by the rate. And get your calculator out, and I want to show you something very interesting. You don't remember, you're taking a test, you don't remember this equation. How do you want to do it when you don't know how to do the math? I'm going to show you. The question said the income is $48,000 a year, right? Let's not add stuff like how much the washing machines cost. Let's just keep it where it is. 48,000, and your investor wants a cap rate of 8%. I happen to know that, yeah, if you're using this calculator or on your phone, it has percentages in there, and a lot of the regular math calculators too, but I want you to be able to also turn that into percentages into actual decimal points, and I'm going to use 0.08. Why? Because the question said 8% cap rate, and I happen to know that to get something to divide by, if you don't have percentages in your particular calculator, we all know that's 0.08, right, on a percentage. That's not your blood alcohol level. But now I can't remember. We're looking for the value. So value is X in there. I want to know what to price this house at, or what my buyer should pay. And I can't remember if I divide or multiply. I just can't remember, because I know that income is rate times value, gives me what the income should be. You see what I'm saying? I'm going, oh my God, I can't remember. So let's just do this. We're looking for the value. That's the price, sale price. Let's do 48,000 times 0.08 and see what answer it is. It's $3,840. Reasonably, do you think you should list that fourplex for $3,800? You're not listing it all. I'm buying it. You're looking at the buyer, Mr. Seller. I'm paying. If you want $3,800 for it, I have the feeling it's the wrong answer, even though that was C or D on the question. I went back and I read the question and said, what should you price this? What is the market value of this property? I have the feeling I did something wrong. I multiplied. You know what? I'm going to try something else, you guys. 48,000 divided by 0.08 gives you 600,000. And that happens to be one of the answers out of 4. I'm going to go with that one. Do you see how I did it without remembering any formula? We know that if we have 2 out of 3, it's something in there to do with math. I say, and then if 600 is one of the answers, I'm actually going to plug it in and put it back into the equation to make sure I'm right. I have no idea what I'm going to do, and I think it's 600,000 because it makes sense. I'll take that 600,000, and I would say, what if I was looking for the income and I wanted to say times 0.08, and I think that property should produce $48,000 in gross income per year. So forget about memorizing this. You have a calculator. You know it's a division or a time or multiplication. Try both, and then go back and read this the question and realize if it's asking you for the rate and you see 0.08 and you come out with 600,000, I would cross 600,000 out of the list. Go back and read the question. They're looking for a percentage point there, right? Have I harped on this enough?
Which gross income computation are you looking for in this? Is it the potential or effective?
Huh?
What's the definition of the gross income? You know, is
Oh,
it, is it,
it's not the net operating income. I'm only do gross income because we are gonna get into net operating income. I'm just not there yet. Is that fair?
yeah,
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna start
there's-
deducting the taxes, insurance and maintenance, just as I wanted to keep this real simple to start. We are gonna do that though, Drew. Okay. Is that your question?
yeah, well, when you're talking about gross income, there's two different gross incomes. One that adjusts for vacancies, basically, as I look.
I
as
am gonna do that. Absolutely. I have to look at this like a bank would look at it. I just haven't done it yet.
Okay,
If the gross income is 48,000, I have the feeling the NOI is probably somewhere around 35,000 or something like that. Okay. I
Gotcha.
haven't gotten there yet. Okay. Huh? You want me to do what? And I'm kidding. Where am I here? Steps to the income. Okay. Where am I? You know what? I skipped a page somewhere. Sorry. But I don't have that page. Okay. Give messy desk here. Second, to see where I lost my place. Oh, I'm on the same page. I just wasn't looking at it. You're on 133, where that triangle was. I'm just continuing on that page. So steps to the income approach to value. Estimate the potential gross income. Deduct, this is exactly what you just asked me. Sorry, deduct for vacancies and rent loss to get effective. Is that just what you just asked me, Drew?
that's what I
Oh,
just
hold on.
asked.
Okay, deduct, yeah, we're getting there. Deduct the annual operating expenses, and then you have an NOI, net operating income. Isn't that really truly what you're putting in your pocket? Okay, we just didn't get there yet because I wanted you to understand how really simple the formula was. Estimate the return rate to establish cap rate and divide cap rate into the NOI to establish value. That's exactly what we just did. Some examples of items deducted from gross income would be maintenance, taxes, management fees, utilities. You're gonna pay the utilities on the parking lot lights and all that kind of stuff. Lease, listing commissions, etc. What cannot be deducted to derive the net operating income? How much you owe on the property. And you know what, you hear sellers say that all the time. I need 500,000 out of this because I owe 495. And you're gonna get a buyer who's gonna pay you more than it's worth because you owe so much money and you remortgage it so many times? Are you freaking smoking something? I don't say that, but it's something like that. So in other words, the guy next door has it free and clear. Are you gonna pay more because or less because he has it free and clear? He doesn't really need the money. It's irrelevant. So the debt service is completely irrelevant. I'm at the bottom of page 133 there. Depreciation charges, and that is something that's a little bit above this class. It's something an accountant will take. Get used to saying, I think you need to speak to an attorney. I think you need to speak to a plumber, and I think you need to speak to an accountant. You're not one of any of those. And some improvements. Okay. Where am I now? Estimate the return investors are requiring in the market for the same types of properties. Establishing a cap rate. Don't sweat too much. We'll get into that in the review. And all you're doing, the steps 4 and 5 on the top of 137 are nothing more than going back to that triangle that we used on the last slide. Okay, now, I'll tell you right off the bat, I'm not good at it. Why? Because I'm not a commercial realtor. Okay, I'm a residential realtor. I don't sell large apartment complexes or Hilton hotels or anything like that. So once in a while, I might have a client that'll ask me what cap rate is. More often than not, they are small investors that want to buy a duplex for their retirement. Duplex is residential, of which I am. Do they still want to know how much money that makes? Of course they do. I'm going to give you a teeny weeny bit easier way to do it. And it's called gross income multiplier and gross rental. Gross rent multiplier. This is a really interesting concept that I've really studied over the last 30 years, and it fascinates me because a lot of this does. used for 1 to 4 residential units based on gross monthly rent of similar recently sold properties. And the sales price is divided by the gross monthly rent. And that is what gets you, it's a percentage of some sort that gets you the gross rent multiplier. I'm going to write this down so I can know exactly what I'm saying, and I'm going to use 500,000. Okay, is the sales price of this fourplex. God, that would be nice. They were 285 in 2012 and they're 800 now, but whatever. And the gross monthly rent, each side rent for 1250. That's all I'm going to tell you. So what is the gross monthly rent? I can do that in my head. It's 5,000, and I'm using easy numbers right now. So I have a price that it's listed for, and I'm working with a buyer. And it's on the market for 500,000, and each unit of a fourplex rents for 1250. So the gross rent monthly is 500,000. I can tell you right now, the gross rent multiplier is 1%. That means the monthly gross income, and it will tell you specifically if you're using net or gross, and if it's net, it'll tell you what to deduct from the gross, or it'll just say net, whichever. In this case, that is a 1% return. If I buy something for 500,000 and get $5,000 a month, that is killer. That is something that as a realtor, I would rush over before the ink is dry on the listing and see if I can and want to buy it. It is such a killer deal. We were seeing those numbers 10 years ago. Now you're lucky to get 0.05. In other words, a $500,000 fourplex now, let's say each rent side is renting for $750. What does that shake out to be, guys? $3,000. Okay, that's slightly over 0.05. Anything below 0.05, I'm not really sure. You're talking to an investor. You're talking to a spec buyer who's speccing on appreciation, which was great 10 years ago. We knew it was going to appreciate. Nowadays, I would be a little bit leery if it wasn't something I wanted to live in as a primary residence for 10 years. I'm talking investments right now. To be honest with you, I'm not sure what I would do, but I would take 500,000 and divide it by, oh, I screwed that up, didn't I? I'm looking for a percentage. See, I just did it wrong. How about 300,000 divided by, or 3,000 divided by 5? It is 0.006. So I would look at that maybe. I would be a little bit more excited if the rents were low because it was long-term tenants. And long-term tenants are worth their weight in gold. I would rather take probably $500, $600, $700 a month, less in income, and keep the current tenants there if they're good. But as somebody moved out, I would probably say fair market value now is $850. And the next tenant coming in would pay $850. Eventually, I would be getting closer to 4,000 or 5,000. Is it going to take 2 or 3 years? I have no idea. You have to be pretty good on what it rents for. Talk to appraisers about how they do rental appraisals. But that's an easy way to do it without getting residential realtors into cap rates. A lot of people start investing on single family houses. If it's a $500,000 house, I can tell you right now, even the prices of rents, you're not getting anywhere close. I think if you're at 0.05 there, you're doing good. Rent of $2,500 a month, you're not getting 5,000 a month, I can tell you that. But with that said, if you're putting, now that it's 6.75, I'm not really sure anymore. Guys, I am really good at speculating, but I'm afraid to open my mouth in front of you because I am totally speculating right now. At 4% interest rate, I can tell you that I'd be thrilled to pay 4% interest on a 30-year note, because I happen to know that my mortgage payment is going to stay the same, except for taxes, insurance for the next 30 years. I will bet money. I will absolutely tell you that I am pretty sure, and I would put money down on Red 7, that the rents are going to be more in 15 years than they are now. Anybody agree with me? And you can tell me I'm off my rocker, but I'm just going to guess. Is that speculation? Of course it is. But what am I speculating on? I'm actually speculating on facts, aren't I? Gross income multiplier used for 5 or more residential and commercial based on annual gross income and sales price divided by gross. You go back to the gross income multiplier again. I don't use that so much. The gross rent multiplier, I do use quite a bit of time on. If something is 600,000 and the gross income is $1,000 a month, I am not going to buy it. That is completely absurd, unless there's more factors in there. Your kid is living in, 2 of your kids are living in 2 of the units, you're not charging rent, and the other one's sitting vacant. Okay, I would definitely take that into consideration. Also in a gross income multiplier, I want you to add the parking charges, the laundry, the vending machines, the cook machines, all that kind of stuff. How do we reconcile this? 3 approaches to values. You produce 3 different indications. You can see that all 3 should be used in estimating a final value. I do not use the cost approach. I mean, the income approach, excuse me, on residential real estate to a buyer that is buying a primary residence. It just doesn't, they don't care what it rents for. They're buying it for their family. Depending, but I like use cost. Most of the time, you're going to be using sales comparison approach, also known as market data approach. And a test question almost all the time will go something. A residential realtor is listing property at 123 Main Street, and they are the highest and best use is a residential property. What method of appraisal will they probably use? And it would be the sales comparison or the market data. That would be the best answer in that kind of a question. Fair? Let's do the quiz questions and go to lunch. Oh, you guys, I forget, I'm trying to make this early for Pacific timers and late for Mountain timers. I think 3/4 us Mountain time. I know you're getting hungry. There's only what, 7 questions here. So let's go for it and then we'll come back. Oh, what if an appraisal comes in low? There's a lot of things that you can do. The seller can reduce the price. The buyer can come up with the extra money, or they can split it equally, but the bank is not going to loan on it. Can you get another appraisal because you think that one is a jerk? Yeah, you can. Does it happen once in a while? Yes. If I was the seller, would I want to fork over 400 for it? Yes, I would. But at a certain point, you got to realize you're asking too much for your house. All right. In which of the following approaches to estimating value is the amount of depreciation calculated? You remember cost approach. I am comparing new construction to a 7-year-old house, which quite frankly, guys and gals, I probably wouldn't do. But if there was no houses 5 to 10 years old, I might throw that in because it's in the same neighborhood and it's new construction and it might be nicer. And I'm going to have to take depreciation for a 7-year-old house. So that would be how much is it going to cost to rebuild it right now minus depreciation. So depreciation is always going to be in the cost approach there. When estimating the value of a property using cost approach, the appraiser would calculate what?
C.
That's an easy one. Take away the fear, which is false evidence appearing real, FEAR, and think about this stuff logically. First of all, A is not even the cost approach anyway. It's the sales comparison and market data approach. The vacancy rate in the area, yeah, I guess you could do that. And the owner's original cost, that one just kills me because so many owners think that's important. I really don't care what you paid for it 10 years ago. Okay, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but whatever. The income approach to estimating value would be best used in appraisal of what?
Shopping mall.
Got it. This is not actually that difficult, is it? A lot of this is just common sense. In which of the following approaches to estimating value would value the land by calculating separately from improvements? I think we kind of just did that with the cost approach.
Cost, yeah.
You're always going to start with how much is the land worth. When estimating the value of a property using the income approach, the appraiser would calculate what?
D.
Cap.
Okay, you're feeling pretty good about this. I can see that. Which of the following would most likely be a cause of incurable functional obsolescence in an office building?
A.
How'd you come up with that? Was that Napa Drew?
No.
Who was that?
Nick.
Nick, how did you come up with that quickly?
It's incurable. And it's functionally obsolete because one point in time, they thought it was good, but people need more space now.
You tend to look at large rooms with bullpens now.
Yeah.
I guess that's a matter of opinion, but yes, it is A. In using the cost approach, the appraiser would estimate the loss in value due to normal wear and tear on the property, and that is called what?
Let's see.
C.
C.
It is. I have a note here to show you a good visual. I have page, it seems like one person in there has a different edition. I'm looking at the 20th edition. And, I must have been looking at a different edition because it is not there. What in God's name is Barb babbling about? The answer is, I don't know. What do you think about that? I'm hungry. So let's go to lunch. What time is it, you guys? I have 10:38. I don't know if that's right or not.
Barb,
Yes.
Barb, when I was printing my book out, it did not print Unit 21. Will we be doing that today? That's the very last one in the first
One.
module.
Any idea what page it's on?
It's
165.
And that would be. You don't have Unit 21,
It didn't print for some.
environmental issues
Oh,
and the real
wait,
estate
I lied to you.
transaction.
There
I'll read.
was my printer ran out of ink in the middle of my
Okay.
printing, so
I'm sorry.
I had to reprint. So as long as I have it now, sorry. I
No
just wanted to
worries.
make sure.
I'll see
Okay,
you
and
guys
then-
at a quarter till, either 1 or 2, depending on your time zone. Have a great lunch and don't eat any carbs.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha.
How was that? Oh, internet wasn't working, so I had to get on my phone, use my hotspot, and it worked well. That's the way for it. And my internet server. I was fucking. Half an hour.
Check the status of an application. confirmation. Payment to be upon you account Saturday, October 1st.
Somebody out there has their mic on.
Question. Was to cancel a payment scheduled for a future date? Call us at the number on the back of your card to authorize us to receive this payment. To cancel the transaction. Thank you. Your payment has now been processed. Confirmation number is 623. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. I mean, how would help us survive on you?
I don't look in the right. Yeah. Yeah.